This web development with Python course is broken up into two parts. In the first part, you will learn how to build and deploy a site using the Flask Python web framework. In part 2, you will connect the Flask application from the first part to a cloud MySQL database and learn how to deploy a production-ready, database-driven web application. Aakash created this course. He is the CEO of Jovian, and he has created many popular courses.
Hi, I'm Aakash, co-founder and CEO of Jovian. Today, I'm really excited to share with you this practical and hands-on introduction to web development with Python from scratch. In this tutorial, you will watch me build and deploy a Jovian Careers website to the cloud using free online resources. You can follow along to build your own personal website. So let's get started.
We want to explore web development and deployment using Python and its ecosystem of libraries. And we will do this by creating a Jovian Careers website where we can list job openings at Jovian and people can apply to those jobs. So after this lesson, you should be in a position to build and deploy your own website, maybe a personal website, a portfolio, or some sample application. There are no prerequisites here apart from Python and Git. So here are some of the topics that we are going to look at. We're going to look at how to use GitHub for creating a project and Replit for working on a project. We will talk about the Flask web framework, which is used to create web applications in Python. We will touch on HTML and CSS. We will talk about the Bootstrap framework, which will help us make our website look a little better with less effort. And then we will talk about deployment on cloud platforms. Specifically, we are going to deploy to render.com. And finally, we will talk about how to set up your own custom domain and configure it to point it to the website that you have created and deployed. The first step is to create a project on GitHub. Now, GitHub, as you might already know, is a platform for sharing and collaborating on software development projects. And it is powered by Git, which is a version control system, which lets you record every version of your project as you make changes. So the first thing you want to do is go to github.com and then sign in or create an account if you haven't done that already. And once you're logged into github.com, this is the screen that you will see. But in this busy interface, what you're looking for is this new button. This is the new repository or new project button. If you don't see this new button, there's also a plus button here on the top right, which you can use, and just select new repository. Now, once you try to create a new repository, you will have to select an owner, which will be your GitHub account, your GitHub username. And then we need to give this repository a name. So this has to be one or more lowercase words separated by hyphens. So I'm going to call it Jovian Careers website. And we can give this a description if we want. So I'm just going to say a careers website for Jovian. And I'm going to make this public so that anybody can access it. And I'm also going to add a README file because this will initialize the repository, so I don't have to push anything to the repository to get started. And then I'm also going to add a git ignore file. So as we do our development, a lot of build files and compiled files and intermediate files are created by Python, which we may not want to put into Git because they are not actual source code. They are simply used to run the code. So to ignore all of these intermediate output files that are created, you can select a .gitignore file that can get added to the root of your repository. Now, depending on the kind of project you're working on, the kind of language you're using, the kind of files that you need to exclude may differ. So GitHub has already provided a gitignore template for Python. And we just select that so that we don't accidentally end up adding any intermediate compiled files or output files into our repository. And finally, if you're making your repository public, it's always a good idea to include a license which lets others know how they can use it, whether they can use it commercially, whether they can build on top of it or not. And I'm just going to select the MIT license here, which is the most liberal license that's available. And that's it. And now we can create the repository. So now the repository is created and you can see here it contains a README file which is rendered as Markdown. So it just contains the name of the repository. It also contains a license file that you can read, and it contains a .getignore file. If you click on it, contains information about the kind of files that should be excluded from Git. And these are all the intermediate files that might get created when you're running your Python code. So let's go back here and take this. The next step is to open up this project on the platform replit.com. So here, this project is on GitHub. GitHub can be used to store projects, can be used to share projects, but cannot be used to develop projects. Now that's where you might want to use this cloud platform called Replit. And replit.com is an online free collaborative in-browser IDE. IDE refers to integrated development environment. So what that means is it can connect to your GitHub account and it can let you write code on the cloud, and you don't have to install anything on your computer, and your code will be synced to the cloud and you can access it from anywhere. So you can go to replit.com and you can then sign up or log in to Replit. So I'm just going to log in because I already have an account. And once you log in, this will bring you to your Replit dashboard. Now here you can create new projects, but ideally you want to use GitHub to keep track of your projects. So you can scroll down here and you can click on Connect GitHub. So let's click Connect GitHub. And here you might want to then select what exactly you want to give Replit access to. So in my case, I'm going to click on my name, and I can choose to authorize all the repositories I have, so that any repository I have on GitHub, I can develop with Replit, or I can choose to only give access to select repositories. Now in this case, I'm just going to give access to select repositories because I have a whole bunch of repositories. So let's see, Jovian careers website. Okay, that looks great. And these are the permissions that Replit is going to get. It is going to be able to read the code from GitHub, and it is going to be able to write code back into GitHub. So let's install and authorize. And that should now bring us to the Replit dashboard. And now you should see a GitHub repos section on your Replit dashboard. And here you can see whichever repositories you've selected, Replit will have access here. So let me now click on this and let me see what happens. So now it's going to import this repository. So that means all the code from GitHub. And I'm going to make this REPL public. So just like my repository is public, I also want to make my Replit project public. And let me then click import from GitHub. And that's going to load up all the files that we had seen here, getignore, license, and readme.md. And it's now going to show these files on Replit. Now, everything you build will ultimately have to be run in a certain way. So you can configure a run command, and every time you click this run button, the run command that you configure here is going to be executed, and the output is going to be shown here in this console tab. I'm going to type python app.py as the command that will be executed when the run button is clicked. So I'm going to click done, and this is going to create a file called .replit within the repository, which contains this information and informs Replit. This is a Python 3 project, and the run button should run python app.py. Now, you may notice that this .replit file is not visible here, and that's because it is a hidden file. So you can just click on these three dots and say show hidden files, and that's going to show the .replit file, which is just hidden from you by default. So now we have this project open on Replit. You can see here we have a files sidebar. The files sidebar contains a list of files that are present. This is the same getignore file we had. This is the same license file we had. And this is the same readme file we had. And we can choose to then show a preview, which is shown here, or we can hide the preview. So that's the files tab. And here is the file editor. This is where we can edit the code. And finally, here we have two things. We have a console, which shows the output of the run button. And we have a shell, which is just like a terminal or a command line interface where you can run any command line utilities like ls or pwd or cd or whatever you want to do. Let me click the run button and see what happens. And the first thing it does is it tries to run the command python app.py, and it says that Python cannot open the file app.py because there is no such file or directory. We have not created the file yet. So I'm just going to click plus here to create a new file, and I'm going to call it app.py. And let's just print hello world here, and let's run it. And now you can see that the code was executed, python app.py, and hello world, the output was displayed here. So now we have got our project imported into Replit, and we are now already developing it. We can open up files, we can change the code, and then we can run the code. And of course, we don't have to use the run button. We can come in here and we can say python app.py, and that will work perfectly fine as well. So let's take that. We've now opened up a project on Replit. Now we are not here to print hello world. We are here to build a web application. And for building web applications in Python, we use a framework called Flask. So if you just go online and search for Flask Python, you will be taken to this website, flask.paletsproject.com. Flask is one of the most popular web frameworks in Python. And Flask is actually really easy to use. And let's check the installation and the quick start sections to understand how to use it. Every library you come across will have some sort of an installation and quick start or getting started section, or maybe a quick tutorial that you can follow. So installation simply requires us to run. So here it says create an environment, etc. We're not too interested in all that right now because we're already using a cloud environment, but within the activated environment, use the following command to install Flask. So this is what we need to do. We need to run pip install Flask. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go into the shell, not the console, because the console is just tied to the run button, but the shell, and I am going to run pip install Flask. And that's going to now install Flask for us. Now we can go back into the Flask tutorial, and now we can head into the quick start. And here is what a simplest possible web application in Flask looks like. So here there are two things. This is the module. So when we said pip install Flask, the module with the name Flask got installed, and modules always have lowercase names. So from Flask, and then we say import. And from the Flask module, we want to import the Flask class. Even though these both are called Flask, it's a bit confusingly named, but inside the module Flask, there is a class called Flask with a capital F. So I'm going to import Flask. And now we need to create an app. An app is simply an object of the class Flask. Okay, so Python has something called object-oriented programming built inside it. And what we are doing here is we are importing a class, and then we are creating an object of the class. Now, if that doesn't make sense, don't worry about it. All we are doing here is importing functionality from Flask and putting it into this variable called app. So we are creating a Flask application by typing Flask this way. Now, the only thing that we need to add here is a name. Every time you create a Flask application, you have to give it a name. And typically inside any Python script, you already have this variable called __name__ defined. If I, for example, just type print __name__ and run it, you're going to see here that it prints __main__. The name variable refers to how a particular script was invoked. If it was invoked using python app.py, the name variable is going to have the value main. And if it was invoked from somewhere else, the name variable may have some other name. Okay. So now we have created a Flask application. Now, once we have created a Flask application, we then need to create a route. Now, any website that you visit, you typically access it using some URL. For example, you may go to jovian.ai, and this is the page that is on the URL jovian.ai. Now, if I click on profile here, you can see that the URL has changed to /Aakash N S. And now there is a different page rendered on this URL. If I click on learn and click on courses, you can see the URL has changed to /learn. And now you see something different on this page. So what you need to tell Flask is when a certain URL is requested, what should be returned. So here in the quick start, we are first registering a route. A route is simply a part of the URL after the domain name. So here Jovian.ai is the domain name and everything after it is called the path or the route. So let's do that. Let's go and register a route here. And the way we do that is we say app with an @ character. So this is called a decorator in Python. It's a slightly advanced concept that's often used in libraries to provide some advanced functionality. So we say app.route. And then we have to provide which path we want it to match. So let's say we deploy this website to joviancareers.com. Then this is going to match /, which is the empty route, which is basically just the home page joviancareers.com. And then we define a function. So we can define a function below this decorator, hello world. And in this function, let us simply for now return hello world. So what we've done here is we've defined a function which simply returns the string hello world. But by adding this decorator, we've informed Flask that when the URL / is accessed, then show hello world. And let's run that. And Replit does some setup to manage dependencies on its end. So let's just wait for that. So Replit has its own way of managing Python packages. So that's why sometimes it takes a second or two. But once we run it, we see nothing happens. So nothing happened because if you scroll down here, you can see here that they expect you to run things in a slightly different way. What you need to do is you need to export flask_app equals hello or whatever is the name of the file. Here it was called hello.py. And then you need to type flask run. So what that means is we may have to go back into our .replit file and change the code here, python app.py, because Flask expects to be run in a different way. So we need to probably change python app.py to flask run, and we also need to add somehow this flask app command. Now that's one way to run it. Another way to run it is something that I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to type if __name ___ equals ___ main ___. So here what we are saying is if the variable ___ name has the value ___ main, and I'm just checking the equality here. And this is going to be the case when we run python app.py. So let's say if I just print __name ___, let me just print I'm inside the if now. And when we run it, it simply says that ___ name has the value ___ main, and I'm inside the if now. So here, if the script is invoked using the Python command, then what we want to do is say app.run. So we have created the app, but we've not yet run the app, and we don't want to use the flask run command. Instead, we want to do it using app.run. And here, when you type app.run, you will see some documentation. You need to provide a few options. The first one is a host, and it simply says here, set this to 0.0.0.0 to run on the local development server. So we type app.run host equals 0.0.0.0, and then we pass debug equals true. And now we save the file and then we click run. And now you can see that Replit actually opened up a browser within our browser. So this is a fake browser that Replit has opened up for us. So we have imported Flask, and then we have created a Flask app, a Flask application, and then we have registered a route to the application. And finally, we have checked if we are running this app.py file as a script, as python app.py, then we want to start the app by using app.run, and we want to run it on 0.0.0.0. This is always something that you have to put in so that it runs locally. And we said debug equals true, so that every time we make a change, like if I change this to hello Jovian, that's going to now change to hello Jovian. And just like that, we have created our first web application. You'll see here that this is a browser that Replit is showing us just for the preview sake, but you can also open up this browser in a new tab. and that shows you hello Jovian. And you can see that this is deployed at this location, Jovian Careers website .aakashns@repl.co. So this is one of the benefits of working with Replit, that you can take the work that you're doing and you can share it with other people even while you are developing it. Replit is not great for production workloads, so you should not be sending a lot of traffic to this site. And in fact, specifically here, it tells you that this is a development server, don't use it in production. But it is great for testing. It is great for quickly prototyping and showing something to your colleagues or your friends. So now we have already built our first web page using Flask, and we can see it running and we can share it with others as well. So we've done that. Now, the last thing I want to show you is once you've done some work on Replit and you want to save it back to GitHub, how do you do that? So right now, if you see here, if I reload this page, GitHub still has the old version of the repository. It does not have all the changes we've made on Replit. So just like we might do some development locally and then push our changes to GitHub, in the same way, we can come in here into the version control tab. And on the version control tab, we can review the changes that we've made. So it looks like we've modified all of these files, and then we can commit and we can push. I can simply type what I've changed. So added the Flask project. And I am going to click commit and push, and that's going to save all of these changes. It is going to create a git commit, and it is going to then push these changes back to the main branch of the original repository, Aakash N S /Jovian Careers website. So if I go back to github.com now and I reload the page, you can see here, now we have a bunch of other files, but most importantly, we have this app.py file, and this app.py file now contains the route hello world. So if you want to learn more about how GitHub works, then you can check out this tutorial on GitHub. And if you want to learn more about Replit, how it works, then you can check out this tutorial on Replit. And similarly, there is a tutorial on Flask as well that you can check out. We completed the first step, which was to create a project on GitHub and then open up that project on replit.com. Then we created and ran a Flask web server, as you can see here. And finally, we push those changes back to GitHub so that we can share our project with others. Now we are going to start introducing some HTML and CSS. So let's start with that. Now, if I come back here to the Files tab and create a folder called Templates. So you can see here, I've used the plus add folder button and created a folder called Templates. And inside this folder, I'm going to add a file, and I'm going to call this file home.html. So this file is going to contain the information that I want to show on the page that is being rendered here. Right now, we are simply showing the information hello Jovian, but we probably want to show something more than that. We probably want to show a nice web page with some information, some pictures, some jobs. So all of that we will be putting into this file home.html. HTML is the language that is used to create web pages, and you can check out any tutorial on HTML. So the one that I would recommend is htmldog.com. It's really easy to get started, and you can just go in htmldog.com and open up the get started page and just create an HTML page, and it contains a whole bunch of information on how to create HTML documents. But this is the most basic structure of an HTML document. You have something called a doc type declaration at the top. So this tells the browser what kind of a document you are sending. So if I type doc type HTML, when we send this HTML to somebody's browser, we're informing that we're writing HTML code. And then you create what's called a tag. So in HTML, everything is constructed using tags. Any website you see on the internet is constructed using HTML tags. So here the root tag or the outermost tag is called HTML. And this is how you create a tag. You have a less than, and then you have the name of the tag, and then you have a greater than. So this is how you create the opening tag. And then similar to the opening tag, there is a closing tag, and there is a slash at the beginning here after the less than symbol to indicate that this is the closing tag. So basically what we're saying is that within the HTML tag, we want to put some information. So the root of your document, the outermost tag in your document is always going to be the HTML tag. Now inside the HTML tag, we generally put two tags. We put head and we put body. So body is what you want to actually show on the page. And head is some other information. Typically, this is what you want to show in the title bar. You can put that information here. If you want to include any styling declarations or CSS, we generally put that in the head. If you want to include any external JavaScript libraries for interactivity, we put that in the head. So the head is just information that will be used to render some things on the body. The body is the actual information that is going to get rendered. So in the head, typically one thing that is commonly put inside the head is the title. And I'm going to call this Jovian Careers, and let's just save that for now. And inside the body is where you would put some information. So here, let me just write, hello there. You'll learn about the job openings at Jovian here. So let me save that as well. So we've created some HTML file inside a templates folder, but how do we use it within the app? To use a template, we use the render template function from Flask. So from Flask, we import render template, and instead of returning just a string hello world, we say render template, and then we give it the name of the template. So in this case, the template is called home.html. So I'm just going to pass in home.html. And there you go. Now inside home.html, we are saying, hello there, you learn about the job openings at Jovian here. And that's what shows up here. And you can also open it up in a new tab and check the same thing. Hello there, you learn about job openings at Jovian here. Now, not only that, if you see carefully here, you can see that now this says Jovian Career. So we have also set the title of this tab. Apart from the title, we can actually also set this icon. So just like you see all these different icons here, we can actually also set these icons. This is called the fav icon, F-A-V-I-C-O-N. And I'll let you figure that out, how to change the fav icon using a Flask template. So let's bring that back here now. So great, we are making progress already. We are now starting to show some information about what we want to actually display on the site. And we are doing this using a template. Now, before we go further and try to just code the site directly, it might be easier if we first figure out what exactly we want to show on the page. And this is where you should put your laptop away and maybe start working using pen and paper and try to just draw out what you want to display on the page before you actually try to code it. Because if you don't have a clear picture of what you want to show, then writing the code for it can get somewhat tricky. So here I'm going to use a virtual whiteboard, but please feel free to use pen and paper to do this. And here I'm just going to draw a rectangle to represent the browser. And now I'm going to just put some information here inside, which will give me a guide for what I want to actually show on the page. So now let me go here and select the typing tool. Let's give this page a title, Jovian Careers. And let's make that a little bigger. We can also change the color here. So let me make that dark. So now here I'm going to have a title on the page called Jovian Careers. Then I am going to put an image on the page. So here there's going to be just like a banner image. And I don't know what I'm going to put in this banner image, but for now, let me just draw some hills and let me draw a tree. The idea is I just want to tell myself that there's going to be an image here. Let me draw a river or something. And then there is going to be maybe some information about Jovian. So I'm going to type about Jovian here and I'm going to make that a little bigger. And I just want to have a few lines of information talking about Jovian. So I don't want to put any actual text here. I'll just put lines to kind of roughly guide me that this is going to be just some information. And then below this, I am going to show some job openings. So let's call this job openings. And let's bring that a little bigger. So maybe not this big, but roughly about this big. And this is called wireframing. What you're doing here is you're creating a rough idea of what you want your site to look like. And we don't want to get very detailed in terms of colors and fonts and all those things. We just want to get a rough idea. And then let us maybe list some job openings. Let's see what the job openings will look like. So maybe data analyst is a job opening and Maybe let me use a lighter color here just to emphasize that this is a part of this section. And then under each job opening, I may also want to maybe include where this job opening is based. So let me call it Bengaluru, India. And let's make that a little smaller. And maybe let's also put an apply button here next to the job opening. So now we have an apply button that we want to show. And maybe right below the job opening, let's also show a line, a quick separator. And let me now take this and duplicate this a few times to get a list of job openings. So now we have a second job opening. Again, it's all approximately correct. It doesn't have to be 100% aligned. And now we have a third job opening, and now we have a fourth job opening, and that's it. And maybe right below the last job opening, let's put a button called Contact Us. And that's actually not bad. So let me just change that to Data Scientist. Let me change that to Backend Engineer. Let me change that to Front-End Engineer. And let me change this to Remote. Let me change this to San Francisco, USA. Let me change that to Delhi, India. We just spent 4 or 5 minutes designing this wireframe, and all we've done here is we've figured out what we want to display on the page. So we want to show Jovian careers, we want to show a picture, we want to show about Jovian, some information about Jovian, we want to show some job openings, and for each job opening, the title, the location, and then an apply button to apply for the job opening. And a contact us button at the bottom in case somebody wants to directly contact us for whatever reason. So this is always a good idea. Whenever you're doing any form of web development, it's always great to start with a wireframe first and make it as quick and dirty as possible. So what I've done here is I've actually created 3 wireframes. So this is the one page that we have about Jovian, open positions, and contact us. And along with this, I've also created a couple more wireframes. If you click the apply button, then we will go to a job details page. Here we have the data analyst job where we have the responsibilities and the requirements of the job and the salary information for the job. And below it, we are going to have an application form. And in this application form, these are the fields we're going to have. And this is what is going to get submitted. And after submitting, we're going to show this page which says your application has been submitted, and you'll reach out with the next steps. Now, this is what you should create to just brainstorm with your team or just figure out if this is what you want to work on, if there are any major changes required, if we have all the information or not. And then you can maybe try to either convert it into a more detailed design, or you can start coding directly. Either is fine. But this is the information that we want to get onto the page. And we've done that by creating a quick wireframe. So now, keeping this wireframe next to us, let's start creating the page. So the first thing we want to show here is Jovian careers. And we want to make this big. We want to make this really big. How do we make it big? Well, that's what HTML headers are for. Now, if we go back on HTML tutorial here, you can see here that there are 6 levels of headings available on HTML. So I'm just going to click on headings. This is part of the HTML beginner tutorial. And under headings, you can see that this is how you create a heading. You create a tag called h1, and then you put some information inside it, and then you close the tag with a closing tag. And then you have h2 and you have h3 and so on. So let me just go back here and let me just put an h1 here. And now, as soon as I change this to h1, you can see that this becomes big. Next, we wanted to have an image. Let me try and add an image here. So how do we add an image? Again, we go back here, we check HTML tutorials. How do we add images? I'm going to click on image. And it looks like this is how you add an image. So an image is a self-closing tag because there's nothing that you put inside the image tag. You just give it a source. So here now we are seeing for the first time something called an attribute. Apart from a tag and something inside the tag. So for example, here we have something inside the h1 tag, Jovian careers. Here we don't have anything inside the tag, but we have this src information here. So let me just take that img src. Actually, let me just do that here. img src equals some information and close that. And src is going to accept a URL. So let me copy this URL and let me come and paste that URL in here, and let's run that. And you can see that this is not loading up. Maybe there's some issue. Maybe this image does not exist. But in any case, we don't want to show this URL. We want to show some nice picture about career growth, about work and things like that. So one good place to find good images for your websites is unsplash.com. That's UNSPLASH, unsplash.com. And on unsplash.com, you can find royalty-free images, which means that you don't need to buy these photos to use them. You can use them commercially. And I'm just going to search for career. And this one looks nice. This one looks interesting. So I'm just going to download this picture here. And I'm going to put this in here. And let's also rename this. Let's call this banner.jpeg. And JPEG is simply the file format. And now we want to show this file banner.jpg here. So where exactly is this file? Right now this file is on our computer, and our computer is not accessible on the internet. So we need to take this file and put it somewhere where it can be accessed by our Flask application. And that's where there is this folder called static. So this should be outside templates, not inside. Let me just move it out. So I've created this folder called static, and anything that you put under the static folder will be directly shared by Flask externally. So if I just upload a file here, so I can click upload file and I can select banner.jpeg, and then you can see banner.jpg got added here, but I want to move it inside static. So I'm going to move it inside static. And now Flask will allow you to access this file using the URL. Let me open this in a new tab. So this is the URL of the server. This is where we are rendering the route slash. But if you type slash static, static, and then you type the name of the file, banner.jpeg, you will see that we have this file here, right here. So what I've done here is simply Jovian Careers website .aakashns.repl.co. So this was the main website that was getting rendered. I've just put slash static slash banner.jpeg, and anything that was inside the static folder will show up here with the corresponding URL. So now I can take this URL and let me go back here. And now I can put this here under src. Okay, and now you can see that as soon as I put this in, now this image file is showing up here. Of course, this image file is a bit too large. So on the image tag, you can also specify width and height. So I'm just going to specify a height. Now the height is measured in pixels. Pixels are simply dots on the screen. I'm going to just roughly put it at 320 pixels, or I'm just going to put 320, and that's going to automatically convert that into pixels. And now you can see here, this image has been loaded. So now we have an image, and now under this image, we want this information about Jovian. So let's get that in as well. So now we want a smaller heading. So let's call that about Jovian. And now let's add a paragraph of text below it. So here now we want some text below it. Now, whenever you are just building out a site, you don't want to have to type a lot of text. And that's where there are text generators available online. So just search for text generator. One thing that might help is to just search for lorem ipsum text generator. So lorem ipsum is just a standard text that is used often for a lot of websites. So here, yeah, you can just click how many paragraphs you want, and you can click generate, and it's going to generate some text for you. So loremipsum.io is the site that you want to go to. And here you can just copy all of this code. So this is just some text. You can use any text, but I'm just using a text generator, which can generate any amount of text I want. And now I'm going to put it in a P tag. P stands for paragraph. So whenever you want to put some paragraph of text, you use the P tag. And inside the P tag, I have put in lorem ipsum. And now we have Jovian Careers, we have an image, we have about Jovian. So it's shaping up well. And now below about Jovian, we want to have another section. And now this should be called, I believe, job openings or open positions. So let's use this one, open positions. So let's just call this open positions. And then here we are going to again show the jobs here. So let's mark this as a to-do. That's something that we'll implement later. And then finally, at the very end of this, we will have a button called contact us. So again, I'm using the button tag here. So how do you know which tag is the appropriate one to use? That's where you should probably work through an HTML tutorial. So here on the HTML tutorial, you can see what are all the different kind of things you can create using HTML and what the different tags are. So go to htmldog.com or go to w3schools.com. But you've already learned some of the most common tags: h1 img, h1 is header, h2 is header, img is image, p is paragraph, button is just button. So now we have Jovian careers, and then we have about Jovian, and then we have open positions, and then we have contact us. So the structure of the site is there, but of course it looks ugly. It doesn't really look that great. So far we have seen how to render templates and use static assets. So anything that you put inside a static folder is typically called an asset. Images, etc. are called assets. Then we have seen how to create the layout of the page using HTML tags. And now we are going to start styling the page using something called CSS. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. It is simply the language used to create web pages, and CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. It is used to provide some style to our HTML pages. So let's start adding some CSS now. How do you figure out what to do with CSS? The best way is to do a quick CSS tutorial, and you can work through the beginner tutorial. It should take maybe an hour, maybe a couple of hours. But the way CSS works is using something called selectors. So what we do is create something called a style tag in our head. So in the head of the document, we create a style tag, and in the style tag, we need to tell the browser how to apply a certain color or a certain font or a certain layout to a specific portion of the HTML page. One way to do it is by simply specifying a tag. You can say h1, and now you can open curly brackets or braces. So now we are telling the browser, anytime you see an h1, which means you see this is an h1, it is highlighted here. So anytime you see an h1, apply these styles to the h1. Now we have made a selection using a tag, and now we are going to apply some styles. Every style you apply has two parts. One is what property you want to change. So if I come back here, one thing I might want to change is the font size. This is probably not big enough, so I can say font size. So this is the property. And then what value do you want to set this property to? So you type the property, which is typically a hyphenated word, and you can look up the full list of properties here. So you can go back into the HTML tutorial and you can see what all properties are available to apply to fonts. So you can say something called font family, which is like which font to use, font size, which is how to set the size, font weight, you can make bold, italics, etc., font style, etc. So which property you want to change? Font size. And what do we want to change the font size to? Let me try 80 pixels. Any property that is a size of some form is specified using pixels, which is how many dots on the screen it should take up. So let me change that to 80 pixels and let's save that. And now you can see that this has become way too big. So maybe not 80, maybe I want to stick with 40 pixels. Then let's try to change the font family. So the font family is simply which font you want to use. So let me try a font called Roboto. Okay, and you can look up interesting fonts online, but I am going to try Roboto, and let me change that. I think this looks nicer. This looks more modern. So that's nice. Then I can change the font weight. So right now I believe it is set to bold, but if I change this to normal, it'll become thinner. You can see that it has become thinner. In this way, you can make a bunch of changes, and this is going to apply to all h1 tags. Now in our page, we only have one h1 tag, but let's say if we had another h1 tag here, maybe below the image. Yeah, you can see here we have Jovian careers too. It's going to apply there as well. So these are some text related things. Then let's say I want to change the color. So I can change the color as well. So you type color, and then here you have to specify a color using the RGB scale or the red, green, blue scale. Every color that you see on a screen is built using red, green, and blue colors. So you can type RGB, and then you can specify the amount of red, the amount of green, and the amount of blue to use. So if I put 0, 0, 0, then here we are simply using black. But if I change this to maybe 100, now you can see that it starts to get redder. Now the values go from 0 to 255. So 255 is the highest, 0 is the lowest. So now it's complete red. The R value is 255. Then let me try green. So 255. And now we have red and green, and now it has become yellow because red and green together become yellow. Let me change that to 0, and now this is completely green. And you can see all these examples. So if you have equal values for red, green and blue, then it's a shade of gray. Otherwise it is more mix of a certain color than others. 0 is darker, 255 is the brightest. So I'm just going to pick a medium gray. So I'm going to pick something like 180, 180 and 180. That looks nice. To go darker, you have to go lower. So let me make that 100, 100, 100. All right, so now we have a nice gray title, and we also want to center the title. So in the wireframe we drew, we had the title in the center, but here the title is somewhere in the corner. So let's center that. And the simple way to center that is to use text align center. Now, do you need to remember all this? No, you can always just go how to center align text in CSS and find the result directly, text align center, and that is going to center the text for you. So now our text is centered. That's nice. Then we have this image here. I want this image to run across the entire page. So let me set it up in such a way that it runs across the entire page. So I'm going to go to this image, and this time I don't want every image to run across the entire page. I just want this one particular image to run across the entire page to be completely wide. So I'm going to give it an ID. Okay, so now we're looking at the second way to select something on the page and apply a style to it. And I'm going to then type hash banner. So whenever you have given something an ID and you want to access it in CSS, so you type the hash character or the pound character and then type the ID that you've given it. And now this will only apply to the tag which has the ID banner. So ID is ideally something that should be unique on the page. Only one element on the page should have an ID. Otherwise your browser may get confused. So now we select hash banner, and that is going to select the image banner. And for a moment, I'm going to get rid of this height because I'm going to set it using CSS. And now I am going to first set its width to 100%. Let's see that. Okay, so the width is 100%, but that's probably too big now. So now I'm going to limit the height. Let me set the height to 360 pixels or 360 dots. And I'm just following the same format here, property, colon, and some number. And anytime you have a doubt about this, you just have to look up some reference and figure it out. Even after 15 plus years of web development, I look these things up all the time. So now we have height set to 360 pixels. Let's reload that. So this is looking good, but you can see that the picture is stretched a little bit. And if this was some photograph, then it would look really bad. So then you can unstretch the picture. So there are ways to unstretch the picture. I'm just using something that I looked up earlier called object fit, which is used to make sure that instead of stretching the picture, we simply use the portion of the picture that can fit inside the content. So now this was the original picture. Do something great. You can see here that it was actually quite tall. And now the same thing is showing up here. So now this picture runs across the screen. So that's nice. Now let's go in here and let's change the H2 as well. So for the H2s, I'm going to use the font Roboto again. So font family Roboto. Then I'm going to use the font size. Let's see, we used 40 for H1. So let me use 32 for H2. And then I am going to use the color. Maybe let's make this a little darker. Let's make this 50, 50 and 50. And let's make this 100, 100 and 100. And finally, I am also going to text align center. So my H2s, you will see that there are two H2s on the page. Both of them are fixed. And now I maybe also want to use font weight normal even. And that's nice. Now finally, we have this paragraph tag. So let me take this paragraph and let me style that as well. Again, I'm just going to use font family Roboto for now all over my page. I like the Roboto font, and I'm going to change the color to RGB. 80, 80, 80. So now we have Jovian careers. Do something great about Jovian open positions. It's looking better, but of course not looking very professional. I think one of the things here is that this text is becoming really hard to read because it is going from the left to right. So what we may want to put is, we may want to just limit the amount of content to somewhere in the center. For example, if you go to 0topandas.com, one of our courses, you will see here that this is slightly more readable because the content is centered. It is not expanding to take up the entire space. Now, how do we do that? The way to apply such layout related changes is using special tags called div. So I'm going to take all of this and put this in a div tag. I am going to put this in a div tag, and I'm going to then give that a little tab so that it's easier to see. And now for this div tag, I can give it an ID. So let me give it an ID container, and then let me select the container #container. And now I want to limit the width of this container. And the way to limit width is using something called max width. Again, all you need to do is look up how to limit the width of a div. And let me give it 720 pixels as the max width. And let's see. So now it is limited, taking up less space on the screen, but I do not want it to be on the left. I want it to be centered. Now, the way centering is achieved in CSS is by providing margins. And this is where we may want to learn about something called the CSS box model. So if you just look for CSS box model and look for an image, this is basically how a div or any element in HTML is displayed on a page. You have the content, and then around the content, you can specify something called padding, some space. And then outside the padding, you can specify the border. And then outside the border, you can specify more space called margin. Now, don't worry if these terms don't make sense yet, but the basic idea is anything inside the border is the content and outside the border is the margin. So all of these are just different ways of providing space. So let's talk about margins, and let us try margin left, and let us give it a margin of 80 pixels, and let's see what happens. So if we give it a margin of 80 pixels and I reload the page, you can see that now there is 80 pixels of space on the left. It's still not centered. Maybe let me try 200 pixels. Maybe that will center it. Okay, looks like it's getting to the center, but not quite. So I may experiment and I may shift it left and right and find the center. But what if the screen size changes? Now suddenly it's off to the left. So this is where we can use a trick. Instead of specifying margin left, we can specify just margin, and margin takes 4 arguments. So margin can take 4 values, where for the box that you want to apply this margin to, you can specify how much margin you want on the top, how much space you want on the right, how much space you want on the bottom and on the left. So in my case, I don't need any space on the top. So I'm just going to put 0 here. Maybe I want 80 pixels on the left, and then I don't want any space on the bottom, and then maybe I want 80 pixels on the right. But 80 on the left, 80 on the right, that may not do the job. How exactly do you decide what 80 pixels is? Once it picks 80 pixels on the left, there is so much gap on the right that 80 is not going to do it. So here's something that you can do in CSS, something that you will do very often, is make the left and right margin auto. Then the browser decides that it has to give an automatic margin on both left and right, and suddenly it gives you an equal margin. So whenever you want to center something on the page, just use margin 0 auto 0 auto, or you can also just say 0 auto, and it will take this value and apply to the top and bottom, and it will take this value and apply to the left and right. So margin 0 auto is a quick way to center something on a page. So this is definitely looking better. There is a contact us here at the bottom. Let's center that as well. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to just put another div around this. And what you need to do is you actually need to apply text line center on this container, and that is going to center the button here. Now, just for this, creating an entire style declaration may become too much work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply the style inline. So this is another way of applying CSS where you can apply styles inline on a page. So I'm just going to set style equals, and I'm going to set text align center. And whenever you have just one or two small properties to put, you can always just do that. And now that has centered the button on the page. One way of applying CSS is in the style tag in the head. And then in the style tag, you can select by tag, you can select by ID. And one other way of applying CSS is by directly specifying a style and then the property colon the value within the tag itself as an attribute using the style attribute. Now I want to show you one last way of specifying styles, which is not using tags and not using IDs, which is using something called class. Now here we have a bunch of paragraphs, right? We have this paragraph here and then we have this paragraph here. And because we have styled the P tag, both of these paragraphs got affected by the P tag. But let's say we also had another paragraph somewhere here at the bottom saying copyright 2022 Jovian. And we did not want to apply the same style to this bottom tag as well. Maybe we want the copyright 2022 Jovian to be small, not big like this. And maybe we also don't want it to be in the Roboto font. So how do we do that? This P is going to apply to all the paragraph tags. So here is what we can do. We can go into the paragraph tag and we can say class, and we can now give it a name. Let's call this class body text. You can call it anything you want. The class name doesn't matter. And let's call this also body text. And let's not give this class to this third P tag. Okay. And now instead of styling the P tag, let us style the body text class. So now we want to say dot body text. And what this will do is any element, whether it's a P, a div, whatever, any element that has the class body text specified like this, class body text, is going to get these styles, and any element that does not have the class body text is not going to get these styles. So now if you see here, this got applied body text, this got body text, but this did not get the styles that we applied using the class. So that is the third way to apply CSS styles. Okay, so now we have one way, which is to specify a tag name and then specify properties and values. Then we have another way, which is to use an ID. And then we have third way, which is to use a class, and the ID is specified using hash. The class is specified using dot. Now remember, ID, ideally there should only be one element with a particular ID on the page, because that's what browsers expect. ID is identifier, it is unique. Class can be applied to many elements. That's the difference between ID and class. And another way to apply CSS is directly using the style tag. So with that, now we have done some basic styling. So that's fine. We have now styled the page using CSS classes, properties, and values. Now, one thing I want to show you is how to use a framework for faster development. Instead of having to type all this CSS manually for every website that you build, you can use pre-existing set of styles that have been created by some good designers, because you may not have great design skills. I certainly don't, as you can see. So you can use pre-designed styles and you can simply apply those styles to your page by specifying classes. So here's what I mean. Let me first save this. So let me say added HTML and CSS. Okay, and let me come back here and let me get rid of all these styles. Okay, and I'm also going to remove this one piece of style that I have here. And I'm going to maybe also remove this body text for now. I'm just going to make it really basic, just the HTML. Let's get rid of this as well. And now let me go online and search for this library called Bootstrap. Bootstrap CSS. So getbootstrap.com is the website. And on getbootstrap.com, you will find this library, the CSS framework, which can be used to apply styles easily to any website that you're building. So let's click read the docs and let's see how to get started. So first it says that you need to create a project. You need to have an HTML file. I think we have an HTML file already. We have the file home.html that we are already working with. And here it says that you need to add these couple of extra tags. This is just some information so that Bootstrap works properly. We're not using Bootstrap yet. So let me copy these two meta tags and pop these into the head. All right, nothing has changed. No change so far as such. Then it says include Bootstrap, CSS and JS. So here it says that we want to copy this link tag here and put it in the head. So for now, I'm not going to include the JS or the JavaScript because we're not doing any interactive work right now, but I'm going to copy the CSS. So here, all we need to do is come and paste this link tag. And this link tag is simply a way to add a link to some other resource on the internet inside your HTML page. And what are we linking to? We are linking to the CSS file, and you can actually open up the CSS file and see what it contains. You can see that it contains a whole bunch of pre-configured styles for us. So if I zoom in here, you can see it contains like box shadow, focus, font weight, etc., etc. So we don't need to worry about what it contains, but it contains a set of pre-existing styles. And as soon as we add this link tag and save, all these pre-existing styles get applied to our page immediately. So if I reload here, you can see that I already automatically got some really nice styles. Now this still needs some work, but this is looking pretty good. And now if you go here and check the left side, you're going to find a lot of utility classes. The folks who built Bootstrap have already implemented a lot of styles, a lot of CSS, and to apply those styles, all we need to do is add the appropriate classes into our HTML. So here's what I mean. Let me show you an example. Let me go into containers. And it says containers are a fundamental building block of Bootstrap. They contain and align your content within a given device or viewport. Okay, all that is nice. And here it says that there is a class container. So dot always means class, right? So there is a class container which sets a maximum width with proper breakpoints. So let's not worry about all that. Let's just do this. Let us copy this class name container and let us come to the outermost div here and let us type class equals container. Okay, all I'm doing here is just giving my outer div a class called container. And what has that done? That has now ensured, if I reload the page here, you're going to see that that is now centered my content on the page. Okay, the image is causing a problem. So let me just get rid of the image for a second. This has now centered my content on the page. You can see that automatically left and right margins get added for the page. So that's great. And you can see that the fonts have also changed. Fonts are also looking nice. Text is looking nicer, more modern. So that's all nice. The image was causing a problem. So let me add back that image and let me see what I can do about images. Let's see here, images. So images are made responsive by adding the img fluid class. So what if I just do this? If I just take this and give my image a class, img fluid. Okay, and now this image is rendering nicely. Now, of course, I may still want to do some more styling on my own. So under the link tag, I can still open up a style tag and let me give this image the ID banner. So it already has the ID banner. So let me now still limit its height to 360 pixels. Let me set its object fit cover. I may also want to set the width. So width 100%. Yep, the image is looking nice. Now I want to center this. Now how do we center it? Now let's see here. If I go back here and maybe search for, I can always do this, Command K, and let me just search center and let's see text center or center text. Yep. So looks like there are some text alignment classes. So if you want to center some text, all we need to do is provide the class text center. So if I come back here and I just want to center this heading, so I say class text center, and now that is centered for us. And similarly for the H2 as well, I'm going to provide the class text center. That's going to center that. And let's provide text center. And that's going to center that. It's looking nice. I think one thing that I also want to do is maybe make this text a little bigger. So let's see. Let's go up here. I think there is another section on typography somewhere. We have content typography, and here we have headings, and here we have lead. This looks interesting. I like this. So there seems to be a class called lead that I can add to a paragraph. So I'm going to come into this paragraph and I'm going to add the class lead, and that looks nice. You can see that this has become bigger. This is nice. I may want to add some spacing above this, some margins. So I can again come in here and maybe press Command K, margin and padding. So looks like there are these classes M1, M2, P1, P2 that can be used for applying margins. So MT is used for applying a top margin. I can use a class number 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 or something like that. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to apply some margins. So I can go in here into this H1 and I can say class text center and then give a space, and MT for margin top and give spacing above. You see there is some space above, and similarly MB for margin bottom and give some space below. Maybe make that MB4. That's nice. And I'm going to do the same thing here. MT margin top 2. So we are applying a class MT2 to this H2, and inside the bootstrap.css file there is a rule that says whenever you see the class MT2, apply a margin to the top, and MB4 apply a margin to the bottom. This is the H2. Let me apply it for this H2 as well. All right, this is already looking much better. Let's fix the button as well. So button, looks like there are these nice button classes here. Let me see if I can find a nice large button. Okay, I want to make my contact button look like this. So I'm just going to copy this button, button primary, button large. And let me just put that class on the contact button. And now the contact button is quite large. And I can now put the class text center here. And that's nice. Now the copyright, well, maybe we want to add some spacing above the copyright. So I'm going to type MT4, and that's going to just give some space above the copyright. All right, so this is looking relatively much nicer. We haven't added the jobs here, but that's a quick introduction to HTML, CSS, and how to use an external framework like Bootstrap for faster development. Now, again, you don't need to remember any of this. All you need to do is go to Bootstrap, look in the sidebar for what you want to do, and then simply look at an example and copy over the styles from that example. That's a very quick way to build very powerful websites. Bootstrap also has support for sidebars. It also has supports for nav bars and all. So what we've done so far is we set up a Flask project. We created a project on GitHub. We opened it up on Replit. All different tools, but they're just there to make our work easier. We then created and ran a Flask server. Then we saw how to push changes back to GitHub. Then we created a template. So remember, we put it inside the templates folder. And then we rendered the template in the app using render template. Then we styled the page using CSS classes. And then we used Bootstrap to make our development faster so that we don't have to write a lot of CSS. We don't have to become designers. The Bootstrap team can take care of that for us. Now let's talk about how to show dynamic data on a web page. It may not be a good idea to just list all the jobs directly in the HTML file, because every time we want to add a new job, we'll have to go into the HTML file and change something. And every time we have to remove a job, we'll have to go into the HTML file and change something. And making changes directly inside an HTML file can be tricky. Often what is done is the data is stored somewhere else in a database where administrators can directly just create jobs within that database. And then information is fetched from a database and entered into an HTML file and then displayed on the screen and sent to the browser. So we are not going to connect to a database just yet, but we are going to simulate something similar. So I'm going to create a Python list called jobs, inside which I'm going to store the information about the jobs that I want to keep track of. And I'm going to give each job an ID. So I'm going to give this job an ID 1, and let's give the title of this job data analyst. and let's set the location of this job to Bengaluru, India. And then let's set the salary as well. Let's set that to maybe rupees 10 lakhs. And let's create a few more of these. So let me copy this over. Let me add a data scientist role here. And let's change this to Delhi. That was 10 lakhs. And that is 15 lakhs. And then let's add another job. Maybe let's change the ID here as well. So this is the kind of information that you would typically get out of a database, but for now we're just storing it in a variable. So let's maybe put this and call this front-end engineer. And let's make that remote. And let's make that 12. And let's put in back-end engineer. And let's put in here San Francisco, USA, and that will be in dollars. So let's just change that to $120,000. So now we have information about the jobs. Now we somehow want to send this information into the home.html template. And the way to do it is by providing arguments into render template. So let's provide an argument called jobs, and you can call these arguments anything you want. So let's provide this jobs argument, and into this jobs argument, let us pass the value of this list of dictionaries. So now I can go in here in home.html, and now here we have this place where we want to show the jobs. I can come back here, and here now I can use some special syntax. Now this is not HTML, this is not CSS. This is something that Flask has provided. It is called a templating syntax. It is a way to insert dynamic data into your HTML and into your CSS. So I'm going to use these curly brackets, and here I'm going to put jobs, bracket, jobs. So you see what happened? Whatever was there inside the jobs list, which was passed as the argument jobs, is now accessible inside home.html using these double curly brackets. We've passed the list, and that list got converted into a string, and then all of that is going to be showing here. But instead, if you wanted to pass something else, let's say if I go back here and I pass company name, maybe this site supports multiple companies. So company name equals Jovian. And now instead of me rendering Jovian careers, first let me just render careers. So it just renders careers, but now, oops, not here. This is the page title. We want to get the, here. Instead of rendering Jovian careers in the H1, let me first just render careers. And now let me add a template tag and let me get company name. So remember, I'm passing something called company name in app.py here. So now I can access company name by using these double curly brackets, and now it is showing Jovian careers. So this is the way you pass dynamic information into the HTML templates, and that is why these are called templates. These are not going to always be shown the same way, because then we'd have to create a whole bunch of files for every page that we want to show. These are going to be filled in with a certain information using these tags. So that's how tags work. Now the trouble is we don't want to show information like this. If you look back at our Excalibur wireframe, we want to show information like this. This is much nicer. How do we do that? Well, templates support some special syntax as well. We can actually use a for loop inside template. So we can say for job in jobs. So we want to get each job out of the jobs list. Remember, jobs is a list. Jobs is a list containing many dictionaries or objects. So for job in jobs, and then we end the for by writing end for. So everything else is going to be inside. And by the way, this is just a good practice. Whenever you open a tag, it's always a good idea to first close it and then move your cursor back inside so that you can keep track. Otherwise, you forget things. So for job in jobs. So now job is going to contain each individual job. And let me just for once render inside a div. Let me render. And let me change this also to a div. This is not exactly a paragraph, so to speak. So let me just render job. Now job is a dictionary, Python dictionary. And from the job, let me get what information can I get? Let me just render job title. Okay, so job title. Let's see now. All right, so now we've introduced a for loop using this special syntax. And now inside the for loop, we have access to the job variable, which in each loop takes the value of the specific job. And then we have this title that we are extracting out of the job variable. So that's nice. Now let's style it a little bit. Let's make it look like this. So let me have this div here like I already have, and let me make this an H4. And then below it, let me render the information about the job location. And let me just type the word location here to make it super clear that I'm talking about location. Okay, location Bengaluru, India. Looking good. Let me make this bold. So one quick way to make things bold in HTML is using the B tag. Again, something you can very easily look up, how to make text bold in HTML. Great, looks nice. I'm just going to set style equals color RGB and 120, 120, 120 to give it a nice gray color. We may need some spacing. Right now the spacing is a little messed up. So I'm going to go back into this H4 tag and I am going to just give it margin bottom 4px. Let's just see. And I'm going to go into this div tag and I'm going to give it margin bottom 16px. I could also use Bootstrap classes here, but this was just easier to do. I've got the location in here. Now let me put in, let's put in maybe the salary as well. So let's put salary, job salary. And there you go. Now we have the salary as well. What if salary is not mentioned for a certain role? What happens then? So let's say this one does not have a salary, the front-end engineer role. So looks like it rendered empty. So how about we go back here and handle that? Just like you have for, you can also use if. So I'm going to put an if tag here. So %if %salary. If the key salary is present in the dictionary job, then render this div, otherwise don't render it. And then we have to do an end if. So now you can see here, front-end engineer just says location remote. Now, one thing you might want to do is this same job information you may want to render on other pages as well. So what we can do is we can take this layout, everything inside the for, and I can create a new layout. Let me call this job item.html, and I'll just put this here. And let me just adjust the indentation. Indentation is very important to understand the structure of the code. And now let's come back to home. And now inside the for, instead of having all that HTML, I can just use include job item.html. So this is a nice way to organize the information. So you can see here that inside home.html, if I don't have this include, the jobs will not be rendered. No open positions. But once I include, what we are telling Flask is inside the for loop, each time with the different value of job, include the template job item.html and pass the variables that are available in this template to that template. So this is how you can structure your templates. You can extract reusable components out of your templates and render a nice layout. One other thing we want to see here is this apply button and then this bottom border. So let's add those as well. Adding the bottom border is going to be easy. I'm just going to try looking at Bootstrap here, borders. So let's see, if you want to add a border at the bottom, we just say class border bottom. So if I go here and inside job item.html, I can now pass in class border bottom, and let's see what that does. Okay, so now you can see that under the job, there is a border. I may want some spacing. So remember the box model. If you want some spacing outside the border, you use something called margin. And if you want some spacing inside the border, you use something called padding. It's just different terms. Don't get too confused about it. It's something that you can look up. But I'm going to just put a padding bottom because I want some space inside the border. And I'm going to set the padding bottom to 4px. And let's see what that does. Oh, sorry, not here. I should have it in the div. All right, so you can see that some space has come up here. Let me change that to 8px and see, maybe that looks nicer. 8px, that looks nicer. So let's reload the page and let's see what we have here. So now we have data analyst, and now we have data scientist. Now we have front-end engineer and back-end engineer, and we have a separation as well. One last thing, we just need that apply button over here. Let's try to add a button first. Let me go into Command K button. And let's see, this is too bright. So I want to use maybe something like this. And this looks like just this. So I can just copy this over, come in here, and let me add that button here. Let me call it apply. Now by default, HTML renders information top to bottom. So you can see that the button came up at the bottom here. But what we want to do ideally is we want to create two columns inside each job listing. So one column is going to be the information about the job, and one column is going to be the apply button. And that's where you can create columns in Bootstrap. So let's see how to create columns. So we want to create something like this. We want to create two columns, and maybe we want to create like one big column and one small column. And the way you create columns is using the call class. So looks like I can use call9 to create a very wide column, and then maybe I can use like call3 or something to create a small column. Let me just try that. So let me just put all of this inside a div. Everything except the button I'm going to put inside a div. So the h4, then the div, location, and then the salary. All of this is inside a div, and I'm going to say class equals call 9. So this is going to take up 9 spaces out of 12. So Bootstrap has something called a 12 column layout. So the entire space left to right is divided into 12 columns, and you can specify for each div how many columns you want it to take. And here, let me call this class call 3. 9 columns I'm assigning to the information, and then 3 columns I'm assigning to the button, and we'll play with that. Let's see what that does. Okay, it still doesn't do anything. I think the columns have to be inside a row. So we need a div with the class row. So let me just give this the class row, the outer div. And suddenly now it's looking much nicer. So now we have data analyst, location Bangalore. I've just copied over some information from here, how to create columns. So first we create a row, and then we create 2 columns within that row. So first we create a row, and then we create 2 columns within that row. One column has the width 9 and one column has the width 3. And you can also play with this. You can maybe make this width 2 and you can make this width 10. But if you go beyond 12, it is just going to again break into the next line. But this looks nice. So now we have this nice data analyst, and then we have apply and everything. And I think it'll be nice to get the apply maybe on the right instead of on the left, and also maybe vertically centered. But as of now, it looks fine. It doesn't look bad. So now we have some dynamic data that we have rendered. So we have taken information that was stored inside this list. We have passed it into the render template as a variable. And of course, we've also passed this other variable, company name. And then inside the home template, we are using a for loop where we are getting values out of the jobs variable into job. And then we are passing it into this other template called jobitem.html, where we are actually using information from inside the job item. And here we are also using an if. It's a lot going on here, but it's all just things that you can do step by step, and then just look at the appropriate documentation or just search online to figure out how. 90% of web development is probably just looking things up online. Nobody remembers all this from scratch. So that's done. So that's one way to return dynamic data. One other way that some websites allow you to access some dynamic data is using an API. Instead of returning HTML, we can also return some JSON. JSON is simply JavaScript objects. So let me create another function called list jobs. First, I'm going to register this at the route /jobs, and I'm going to take the jobs information. I'm going to convert it into a JSON string. So for that, there is this helper function called JSONify. All it does is it takes any object and converts it into a JSON object. So JSONify and give it jobs. And now we have a second route. So now we have a second URL that we have added in our server. So now if I go back here and I open this in a new tab and then open /jobs, if you see I've added /jobs at the end, you can see that now I've sent this information as JSON. When people say REST API or JSON API or API endpoint, this is what they mean, that your web server is returning some information, not just as HTML. This is the HTML version of that information, but the same information is also accessible in the form of JSON, in the form where it's just the data and then you can do whatever you want with the data. So I'll tell you a quick secret. Now you can go to jovian.ai/Aakash N S, for example, and you can get this page containing all of my information. Or you can go to jovian.ai/API/user/Aakash N S and you can get the same information in JSON format. So if you want to view information about me, you can look at the Jovian page. Or if you want to just programmatically extract the information about me, maybe you want to programmatically extract information about 1,000 users and you have their usernames, then you can simply invoke this JSON endpoint or this JSON route and get all that data as JSON and maybe create a CSV out of it and analyze it. So the only difference between creating an HTML endpoint and between creating a JSON endpoint is that instead of rendering a template, you're just using JSONify. And often, just to differentiate between HTML pages and non-HTML pages, we often tend to put this API name in front of it. API stands for Application Programming Interface. But what it really means is just a URL which does not return HTML to be shown on the browser, but it returns some structured data in the form of JSON, which can then be programmatically analyzed. So now we've created our first API route. We've created our HTML route, we've created our API route, and this information right now is stored in a variable, but it could very well be coming from a database. Okay. Now enough building. I think this website is looking reasonable. So let's now deploy this website to the cloud. It is already deployed in some sense. It is on Replit, but as I mentioned in the beginning, Replit is better suited for development. Your REPL can shut down anytime because it's free resources and it doesn't really handle large workloads because it's doing a lot of things to help you develop more easily. So now when you want to put it into production, you will have to figure out some cloud platform where you're going to deploy this. One cloud platform that makes it really easy to deploy Python applications is called render.com. There are other cloud platforms like Amazon Web Services and Heroku and Google Cloud and Azure, but Render is really easy to work with. So that's why I want to show you how to work with render.com. So first I'm going to take my app.py and I am going to then go into version control and I'm going to say added dynamic data and API route. And then I'm going to commit and push. And now this information is sent back to GitHub. So now I'm no longer concerned with Replit. Now all my information has gone into GitHub. So now Jovian Careers website, if I open up app.py, seems to contain all the information that I have put in so far. Now I want to take this GitHub project and deploy it on render.com. And the way I'm going to do it is go to render.com and create an account, and it's free to get started. There's a free plan that you can use. So create an account. And once you've created an account, you will see this dashboard, and on this dashboard, you can click new, and we want to create what's called a web service, which means we are not just sending some HTML normally, we're maybe also connecting to a database and getting some dynamic data. Maybe we also have some API routes and things like that. So we want to create a web service. A static site is just a set of HTML pages that you want to deploy. No Flask, nothing. But we want to create a web service. And here we need to allow render.com to pull your code. So that's where we can click connect account, and on clicking connect account, once again, we are asked which organization or which account we want to use. So I want to do it on my personal account, and I want to give it access to only the Jovian Careers website. And I'm going to just click install. And this will ask me for my password. And now you can see this repository is connected. So now let me click connect. Now when we click connect, we have to just configure this deployment. Okay, now we are going to take the code that is there on GitHub and we are going to deploy it on the cloud using render. So we need to configure it. First thing here, I'm going to give this a name. Let me just call it Jovian Careers website. This is a name for internal reference. Then environment is Python 3, that's fine. Region is Oregon, it doesn't matter. It's basically where in the world the server is going to be located. Branch is main, that is the main branch on GitHub where we are developing. And then it requires a build command. So remember we installed Flask at the beginning. Render.com doesn't know that it needs to install Flask. So what we need to do for render.com is to create a special file called requirements.txt. And it's not that render requires this file. It is a standard in the Python ecosystem that anytime you have a Python project and you want to specify that it requires certain libraries, the project requires certain libraries, it's a convention to put that information inside a requirements.txt file. So I'm going to add a requirement here called Flask. So that's the one library that needs to be installed on the server. And second, I'm also going to add another library called gunicorn. So gunicorn, you can look it up, gunicorn. So what gunicorn does is this is a production server for Python. Remember Flask, when we ran it, it said that it is a development server. Don't use this for production. So whenever you want to put a Flask application into production, you need to use the gunicorn library. It's very simple to use. It's the exact same command every single time. So we have put in requirements.txt Flask and gunicorn, and let me just commit that. So let's say I added requirements.txt and I'm going to commit and push. And now this is sent to my GitHub repository. I can verify that there is a requirements.txt file here, which contains Flask and gunicorn. So now when render pulls the code, it is going to receive the requirements.txt file. And then here it is going to run this build command pip install -r requirements.txt. All this does is pip is the package manager for Python. It is used to install libraries in Python. And when you say -r requirements.txt, you're just telling pip, look into the requirements.txt file. And in each line, there will be the name of a library, and please install that library for me. So when render pulls the code from GitHub, every time something changes in the repository, render pulls the code, and then it's going to run pip install requirements.txt. And that is going to obviously come across these two lines, Flask and gunicorn. So then it's going to install those libraries. And now to start the server, we are now going to use gunicorn. So gunicorn, gunicorn, the library, when it is installed, it also adds a command called gunicorn. And this command needs to be given the name of the file that needs to be executed. So the file that needs to be executed is app.py. So instead of doing Python app.py, we are just doing gunicorn app.py. Development, production, Python, gunicorn. That's the only change. So gunicorn app.py, but instead of app.py, you just put app. And then not only that, you also have to specify the name of the actual variable which contains the Flask application that you want to run. Now in my case, the variable is also called app, but let's say this was called Flask app, then I would have to put something different. But we are just going to put gunicorn app:app. Now, how did I find out all this? How did I find that this needs to be the build command and this needs to be the start command? I just Googled render.com deploy Flask application. It's not something that I've ever learned before. This is something that I looked up just a few hours ago. And there is a tutorial on this. And it literally tells you exactly this, that there is a hello world project that you can check out on GitHub. And you can go through this app.py file here. And you can see this is what app.py is set up as. And then you create a web service on render after signing in, and you should set the environment to Python. you should set the build command pip install requirements.txt, and you should set the start command to gunicorn app:app. So that's literally what I looked up, and you can see here there is a requirements.txt file which contains Flask and gunicorn. All of these things are not things that you have to learn or become familiar with or anything. It's just when you need to connect to a specific platform, you need to look up how to do it, and that is often in the documentation. If you are deploying to a platform called Heroku, then this would be slightly different. If you are deploying to a platform like AWS, this would be slightly different. All that matters is figuring out how to make it work. So now we've put in all this information, and now we can go in here and select a plan. You can choose the free plan. I'm choosing the paid one because it's going to build slightly faster. And now it is going to create a deployment of this application. You can see that the application will become visible on Jovian Careers website .onrender.com. And it is first cloning the GitHub repository, and then it is checking out the main branch. So it's basically getting the latest code. Then it is telling you that it's using a certain version of Python. Now it's installing a bunch of libraries. You can see here it said pip install requirements.txt. So it's done. After all the installation is done, it's going to upload and deploy it. So now it's doing a deployment. And once it is deployed, which means once it is set up on a server and that server is pointed to this URL, we will be able to access it. And how is it going to run that actual server? It's going to run the server by using gunicorn app:app. Great, looks like it has started. So now I can go up here and I can open this and I can go in a new tab. And there it is. This is the Jovian Careers website deployed on render.com. But what I don't like is that it's on this Jovian Careers website.onrender.com. I want my own site, joviancareers.com or something. So we'll talk about that in just a second. But what I want to show you now is how easy it is to change things. Now you can come back here and let me maybe change some information here from backend engineer. Let me change this to 150,000. Maybe also let me go into the home.html file, template home.html. And here maybe let me change, instead of open positions, let me call this job openings. And let me just go to version control and let me say made some changes. And let me just commit and push. And now those changes are going to come up here. If I just reload again, it says made some changes 10 seconds ago. And now if I come back here and I go into the website again, you see that it has started a new deployment. So every time you push to the main branch, render will automatically take that and try to deploy it. And if the deploy fails, it will continue to use the previous deploy. If the deploy succeeds, then the site will get replaced. Now, suppose for some reason this does not get triggered, you can just click manual deploy and deploy latest commit. And that is going to take the latest code and that is going to deploy it. So this way you can just work on Replit and test your changes on the test server, then use version control to push your changes to Git, and render will pick up those latest changes and automatically deploy them. See how easy it is to update your website. So now we've seen how to set up automated deployment each time something changes. So I believe we changed this to job openings, and you can see it has already changed to job openings here. Now let's learn how to deploy it to a nice website like joviancareers.com. Now this is where you will need to buy a domain. This part is not free, unfortunately, because you'll need to buy a domain. So you can go to domains.google.com, and on domains.google.com, you can actually click get a new domain, and I can search, for example, joviancareers.com. And looks like it is available, and it is rupees 860 per year. So I can actually go ahead and buy it. So I can click this button, add my payment information and buy it, and so on. I've already bought another one called joviancareers.xyz. And once I have bought it, I can configure it to display this website. How do I do it? Again, every platform, every deployment platform will have its own way of doing it. But on render.com, if I go into the project settings here, and on the project settings, just find the place where it talks about domains. So it looks like custom domains, and you can point a custom domain to this app. So I want to point joviancareers.xyz. Let's save that. And now, once you add the domain joviancareers.xyz, then it will ask you to update a DNS record. Don't need to worry about what exactly this means. You just have to follow some instructions here. So it says add a CNAME record for www pointing to this, and add a ANAME record pointing to this. So I'm just going to copy this thing, and I'm going to go here into my Google domain. I'm going to click manage, and I am going to click on DNS, and I'm going to add a record, right? That's what it said, add a DNS record. So I need to add a CNAME record for www. So I'm going to select record type CNAME and www. And then I am going to put the value joviancareerswebsite.onrender.com here, and I click save. So that's one. Let's add one more. Looks like I need to add one more record. So now I need to add another record, and this time it needs to be an a name or alias record. Let's see if we have a name or alias. Okay, there's no a name, there's no alias. Then it says that, okay, do not have a name or alias, then use an a record. So now I need to create an a record. So I'll just go here, I'll create a. It's just already pointing to joviancareers.xyz. So I don't need to put anything here because that's going to just create a subdomain. And then it needs an address. So I need to copy this address and I need to paste this address here. And then I click save. And that's it. So now what we have done is we've bought the domain, and in the domain, we have configured the DNS, which is simply something called domain name server setting, which means if somebody in the world tries to access the domain, which location should they actually be going to? A domain is simply a redirection to some actual location. And what you said is that if somebody tries to access joviancareers.xyz, they should actually be shown the information that comes from this page, joviancareerswebsite.onrender.com. So let's see. Looks like it has been verified. And now if I go to joviancareers.xyz, you can see that the site that we have just created in the last couple of hours is now live on joviancareers.xyz. And every time we make a change on Replit, let me change that back to open positions here. And then we just push that to Git, open positions, commit and push. Render is going to pick up the latest version, and it is going to then deploy that latest version, and that latest version is going to be available on joviancareers.xyz. And this is something that you can do right now today with your own site that you want to do. So now we have just completed rendering dynamic data, creating an API route, deploying the project to render.com, and connecting a domain with a render deployment. Now we're going to very quickly make some functional and aesthetic improvements to this site so that it can actually be used as a Jovian Careers site. So the first thing I'm going to do is add a navbar and footer from Bootstrap. Most websites like this one or like Jovian have a navbar. Even getbootstrap.com itself also has a navbar. Google has a navbar. So how about we add a navbar first so that it looks more like a real website? Now to get a navbar, I'm going to go into Bootstrap examples, and you can see here there is an example of headers, and I can maybe pick one of these. The way to do this is I just click download examples, and that's going to download that for me, and I have it downloaded already. And out of those, I'm interested in the headers example. So the navbars example, and let me just open up VS Code. And here under headers, maybe let's add, I like this one. So maybe let's get this one. So this is number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, number 5. So let's see here. This is the first one. This is the second one. This is the third one. This is the fourth one. This is the fifth one. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to come back here. I am going to put it into a file called nav.html. And I'm going to just paste it here. And I'm just going to come into home.html, and right at the very top here, right after the body starts, I'm going to say include nav.html. And there it is. You can see here that this nav is there. Now, this nav is set up in such a way that on mobile it renders differently and on desktop it renders differently. So if I just open it up here, you can see that here it has rendered differently. Maybe let's pick a slightly simpler nav. Now that you know how to use a nav, I'm going to just go into the docs here and I'm going to search for nav bar. And I'm going to pick a slightly simpler nav bar which doesn't have these special qualities, just very light, very simple. Come back here and nav.html. That's it. And let me just change this to Jovian. And looks like it's using a image as well. So I'll just grab that image. This is the image it's using. I'm just going to save this image as logo.svg. And I'm going to come back here into static and I'm going to upload this image here. And instead of this src, I'm just going to change this to /static/logo.svg. And there you go. Now we have that. Let's also maybe, just like we have on Jovian, we have a white nav bar with a small shadow. How do we get a shadow? Let's search for shadow. Shadow SM. Let's just grab that. I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to add shadow SM. So now you'll see a nice shadow below the nav bar. Let me reload that. Okay, that's nice. Now the nav bar doesn't stay stuck. The nav bar, you can see it moves away. So I'm just going to add something called fixed top. But now the trouble is that this information shifts up. And also it looks like it's showing up behind the nav bar. So I'll also give it a background. So BG white, I'm going to give a solid white background to the nav bar. And now you can see here that content goes behind the nav bar. All right, not bad, but I can't see the title here. So to fix that, we can just come in here into the nav and right below the nav, because it is fixed, it is kind of popping out of the page. So that's why it doesn't have anything behind it. So we can just put a div and let's give it a height. Let's look up the nav bar height. I believe it should be about 56 pixels. So let's go into this. This is the nav bar. You can see the height 40 plus 8 plus 8, 56. So the nav bar is kind of popping out of the page, but we need to put an element behind it at the top of the page to compensate for it popping out. So I'm just going to put height 56 pixels. And now you can see that suddenly this is now showing up below because of this display. Great, looking nice. Let's add a footer as well. Let me go back into these examples here. Let me check footer. Yeah, there it is, footers. Let's open up index.html. Let me grab maybe this footer. This footer looks nice. So this is footer number 3. So I'm just going to open this up in VS Code and footer number 3. So that's footer number 1, footer number 2, footer number 3. I think this is it. Go back, create a file, footer.html. Paste that in here. That's our footer. I think here it says company incorporated. Let me just change that to Jovian. And there are a bunch of links here which don't point to anything yet, but we can fix that later. And let me just go into home, and here at the bottom somewhere, let's add footer. And there you go. Now you see here, copyright 2022. I think maybe I didn't copy the whole thing. There may be something we need to change here. Maybe let me try this one. I think this is the one. Yep, there we go. Now we have this nice footer. So now we can go back into home.html and we can get rid of this copyright 2022 part here. Great. So all good so far. We have a footer and then we have a nav bar. This image here, it feels a little weird because it's cut off on the left and right. So let me come back here and let me go into home.html. Let me take this image and let me move it out of the container. So I'm just going to move this image out. And this happens all the time where when you see something implemented, it doesn't seem as nice and you may want to just change it. So let me move that out and let me get rid of this about Jovian and let's see what happens now. this is much nicer. So now we have this nav bar. Now we have this image that goes under it. Of course, we may want some padding below it. So we may say margin bottom 16 pixels, and there we go. Okay, so this is nice, but I would like to have maybe an image here on the right just to showcase how nice it is to work at Jovian. So I'm going to go back to unsplash.com and let me just search for people working. So obviously these will not be Jovian employees, but let's get them in here. Let's just call this people and let's go back into templates. Let us go into static, add that in there, and let me add this image here. Lead, I'm going to put a div around it and put a div around that. I am going to add the image here below this, img src equals /static /people.jpeg, and let's set a height for it. Height 320px. Now here I'm going to apply a class row, and then here I'm going to apply call 6, and then here I'm going to apply call 6 as well. Let's see what that does. So now we have this nice image on the left. I can even give this a nice border. So let me say border radius 4px, and now we have a nice border here. I think we may want to give some margin below the image. So style equals margin bottom 16px. Okay, that's nice. Now this is looking nice on desktop, but I think on mobile we probably may not want this image. It's a little messy. So what you can do is you can do a couple of things. You can say you want this to be 6 only on medium devices and bigger. So that's where you can say call MD6. And here you can say that you want this to not be displayed, D none, and DMD block. So basically you don't want it to be displayed on mobile and you want it to be displayed only on medium screen. So now you can see Jovian Careers here is just showing the text and not showing the image and showing open positions. And here Jovian Careers is also showing the image. But the apply buttons don't quite work right now. And unfortunately they cannot work right now because we have not implemented the second page. But we can do a quick trick here. So what we can do is clicking on the apply button can actually just open an email addressed to somebody from the Jovian team. And maybe the email can already have a pre-populated subject. So here, instead of using a button, we can change this to an anchor tag. So that's again something you will learn when you look at HTML in a little more detail. So now we've not made any change yet, but now we can do this. We can point this to some URL. So let me just point this to google.com to show you. And now when I click on this, it's going to open google.com. You see? So the A tag is used to create links in HTML, and the target of the link is simply specified using the href attribute of the A tag. So you're probably aware of links like HTTPS and HTTP that open in the browser, but there's a special type of link called mail to. So if you search for mail to links, what they do is they open your email program. So you can actually do this, mail to this, and you can also in fact include a subject here. And you can in fact not only include a subject, you can include a body and a lot of other things. So let me just do this. Mail to hello@jovian.ai question mark subject equals application for, and let me get the job name here. So job title, let me just do that. And now when I click on this link, it's going to now open a mail application and it's going to type this mail to hello@jovian.ai application for data analyst, and it's going to be sent from your email and whatever mail application you have configured on your phone or on your desktop or whatever. So if I go in here, there is a tool here called mail-to-link.me, and if I just change this to hello@jovian.ai and application for XXX and body my name. And here you can just ask the person to put the name and my resume link and my LinkedIn link. So here we can go and construct a mail to URL. So I'm just going to copy this mail to URL. I'm going to come back here. I'm going to paste this mail to URL here in the href. Okay. And all I'm going to change here is application for, instead of XXX, I'm going to change this to application for job title. And now let's try that. And now it opens mail, and you can see here that it has created a sort of form that somebody who wants to apply can simply fill out and send the mail, and we will get an email. And we can do the same thing for contact. So let's go into contact as well, and let's construct question about job openings. And let's just put my question, enter question here, and let's just copy that. And I'm going to go back into the code, into home, going to go into the contact button, change that from a button to link. All that we need to change is just change the tag, and we type href equals such and such. And now our contact button is going to work as well. So there you go. My name, my question, and that's it. So now we have a fully working site. Now we can of course fix these links as well. So we can go in here into our footer.html and we can fix the links that we're looking at. So home, we can point to jovian.ai, and let me change this to courses. And let's change that to jovian.ai/learn. Let's call this events, and let's send that to jovian.ai/events. And by the way, if you want a link to open on a new tab, you provide a target attribute _blank, and that's going to open it in a new tab. Again, something that you can easily look up if you just search how to open a link in a new tab. Okay, HTML is all about just constantly looking things up. And let's fix this also to jovian.ai/about. And there you go. So now we have almost a fully working site. We can probably add a couple of links here, the same links that are there in the footer. But if I click on home, it opens the Jovian site. If I click on courses, it opens the Jovian courses. If I click on events, it opens up events. And contact us opens email. Apply opens email. It mentions the name of the role that you're applying to. So if I click on backend engineer, you can see here it puts application for backend engineer. If I put front-end engineer, it puts application for front-end engineer, and so on. So there we just added mail to links, and we've already been using proper files to organize our templates, because now we can reuse footer, nav, and job item on other pages as well. And it's also just easier to read the code when it is in multiple files. So we've done some refactoring as well. So that's it. We just created a functioning site. Let me just save this. So let's just call this functional and aesthetic improvements, and let's commit and push that. And by the time we are done recapping, it should be deployed. So what did we do today? We started out by setting up a project on GitHub. We then opened up that project on Replit for development. We then created and ran a Flask web server by installing Flask and creating a Flask app and registering a route. We then pushed those changes back to GitHub. Then we learned how to create templates using the templates folder. And in the templates folder, we put an HTML file, and then we rendered it using render template inside app.py. That's all we did. And then we added HTML tags inside it to create the structure of the page. And how did we come up with the structure of the page? We created it on excalibur.com. So we created it using a simple wireframing tool. You could do it on pen and paper as well. And then we styled the page using CSS classes, but of course our design skills are fairly limited. So that's where we use the Bootstrap framework for faster development. And Bootstrap simply offers a whole bunch of helper classes and utilities and even example code to create the kind of layouts that you want to create. Then we saw how to render dynamic data using the templating syntax. We took some information about jobs from a list of dictionaries and we rendered it using a for loop in the home.html file. We also learned how to organize our templates better using the include keyword. So here we have job item.html, which is used inside home.html. Then we deployed that project to render.com. You can see here we deployed it. All the deployments are visible here. Looks like a deployment just went live. And then finally, we also connected a domain. So you can buy a domain on google.com and all we had to do was put in a couple of DNS records. And now on joviancareers.xyz, we have our careers website. Jovian, do something great. Jovian Careers. I should probably replace this with some information about the company, replace this with maybe an actual photo. Open positions. So it would be nice if there was a form here and all, and maybe we'll do that next time. But right now it works. I can actually share this website and people can click apply and it'll send an email to hello@jovian.ai, and they can also contact us and they can use all of these links. So we added the navbar and footer. We added a bunch of mail to links. We made the website mobile friendly. You can actually right click inside your Chrome browser and pull these developer tools to the side and then click this mobile button. And voila, you're looking at your website on mobile. So there you go. On mobile, this is what the website looks like. Not too bad. It is usable. Maybe there is some spacing left and right that we can fix, but largely it looks fine. So I guess I can share this link over WhatsApp or wherever and people can start applying. So in just a couple of hours, from concept to execution to deployment to styling, we've built a careers website for Jovian. Something that we actually plan to use now. We did not go deep into any one area because this was sort of a walkthrough. Now, what you should try and do is try to replicate this on your own, maybe create a personal website and maybe list your projects there. And also in that process, you may want to then go deeper into some of these tutorials, explore the HTML tutorial, explore the CSS tutorial, explore the Bootstrap documentation. The more time you spend with it, the more you try things, the better you're going to get at it. And that's all that we have for today. Now, what are some ways in which we can improve this? We can create a page to show the details about the job. For example, requirements, responsibilities, etc. We can also add a form within the same details page to submit an application instead of sending an email. And then we can store the information about the jobs and the applications in a cloud database so that this is fetched not from some object or some Python list, but it is fetched from a database. And that database can then be updated and then the data from that database can be downloaded so we can have information about all the applications in a single place. And finally, when somebody fills an application form, we can also send an automated email confirmation to a candidate and to a Jovian admin after the application. And then we can also create a login interface now. Now that people can submit applications, maybe we need an admin interface where we can log in and view the submitted applications, maybe accept or reject applications. And maybe we also create a login application for people to view the status of their job. What you're looking at here is actually not too far from dsmlbootcamp.com. Right? You can see this is exactly what we've slowly built upon with more functionality, connecting a database, connecting login and adding forms and such things. But this is all there is to web development. You just figure out what you need to build. Then you find the smallest possible implementation of it that you can ship as soon as possible, ideally within a few hours or within a day or within a week. You build it, you ship it, then you identify what you can improve, and then you pick up each task and then you keep implementing it and shipping it. And that's all we do as web developers. I hope you've learned enough to try and build your own website and you can dig deeper in the areas that you need to. The topic for today is database-driven web applications. Today we are building on top of the previous tutorial on web development with Python, where we explored the basics of web development with Python and created a Jovian careers website listing the job openings at Jovian. This is what the output of the previous lesson looked like. We have a header here with a company name, and then we have a banner image. Then we have some information about the company, an image showing some people working, and then a list of open positions with each position containing the title, the location, and the salary for that position. There is also an apply button for each position, and clicking on apply opens up your default email client and asks you to fill out some information over email. So that was a quick and easy way for us to collect applications over email. Then we also have this contact us button. Clicking on it again opens up the email and fills in a different subject and body depending on which of these buttons are clicked. Then we also have a footer here which links to the Jovian homepage, courses, events, and other information. So this was what we worked on the last time, and we did this using the Flask HTML framework. We also learned how to use HTML and CSS to build out the page. And we saw how to use the Bootstrap framework to quickly build a good looking page. We also saw how to deploy the website to the cloud using the platform render.com and attach a custom domain. In this case, it was joviancareers.xyz. So today we're going to build on top of this, and we are going to incorporate databases which form the backbone of most modern web applications, including Jovian. So we will look at how to connect a Flask web application to a MySQL cloud database. We will then learn how to create dynamic pages by pulling information from the database. We will also see how to add entries to the database using data from form submissions. For example, applications made to a job will be stored back into the database. And finally, we will deploy a production-ready database-driven web application to the cloud. Now, the prerequisites for today's tutorial are Python, Flask, HTML and CSS. Flask, HTML and CSS were covered in the previous tutorial, so if you haven't seen that, you should check that out. But since we are going to be working with databases and relational databases in particular, you will also need to know some amount of SQL or SQL, just enough to create tables, get data out of tables, and put data into tables. And here are the topics we're going to look at today. We're going to look at cloud databases using the PlanetScale platform. We are going to use the SQLAlchemy library to connect with cloud databases. We're going to create HTML lists and forms. So we're going to go deeper into using HTML to create interactive, rich web pages. And we're going to see how to create dynamic web pages. And we'll also talk a little bit about how to prevent spam on forms that are published online. So the first step is to set up the project and the cloud database. Now here is a project that we worked on the last time, the starter project code. It is available here on this URL, github.com/Aakash N S/Jovian Careers website. Now we don't want to disturb this code since it's already used for the previous tutorial. We want to create a new GitHub repository, but we want to use this code as the starting point. So for that, let's first go to github.com. GitHub.com is the platform where developers around the world create and share projects in the form of Git repositories. So I'm going to go to github.com and I'm signed in here already, and you may have to sign in if you haven't done that already, and click on new. And I'm going to create a repository under my username, and I'm going to call it Jovian Careers Website V2. And I'm going to leave out the description here. I'm going to make it public. I am going to not initialize the repository this time. I'm going to leave it blank. So I'm not going to add a README file. I am not going to add gitignore, and I'm not going to choose a license. I am just going to create the repository. So let me click create repository. And now, because we have not added any data or any files into the repository yet, even while setting it up, we can now incorporate the changes from an existing repository into this repository. So there are many ways to do this, but I am interested in the last one, import code from another repository. So I've just created a new project, Jovian Careers Website V2, and I'm going to take the URL of the GitHub repository, which contains the code that we completed in the previous tutorial. And I'm going to click import code, and I'm going to enter the URL of the old repository. And now GitHub is going to pull all the code from the old repository, Jovian Careers website, into the new repository, Jovian Careers website v2. So now we have created a new repository with an exact copy of an older repository. And you can do this for any public repository that you find on the internet. You can copy its URL and you can pull that code into your own Git repository using the import function. Let's give that a second to run. And while that is running, let's talk about what we are going to look at today. So first, we are going to copy the GitHub project. We're going to once again open it up on Replit and deploy it to render. Then we are going to set up a cloud MySQL database on a platform called PlanetScale. Then we are going to create a table, a jobs table, and add data to it using the MySQL workbench. And don't worry if these terms don't make sense. We are going to cover those. And finally, we're going to connect to the database from our GitHub, from our project within Replit using the SQLAlchemy library. Then we are going to create some database driven dynamic pages to display the list of jobs that are present in the cloud database. Then we are going to improve the layout, styling and navigation of the pages using Bootstrap. And finally, we're going to push the updated code to GitHub and deploy it again with the dynamic pages. Next, we're going to look at how to store the submitted applications in the database. And finally, we are going to make some functional and aesthetic improvements to our application. All right, well, this doesn't seem to be working at the moment, and this happens sometimes. This particular functionality on GitHub could be down. So we're going to try an alternative because the automated import is not exactly working. So we're going to follow a different approach here since the import did not work. So I've just downloaded the original code here from Jovian Careers website as a zip file, and I have opened up that zip file on my desktop. So now you can see this folder Jovian Careers website main. I'm going to change its name to Jovian Careers website v2, and then let's enter Jovian Careers website v2. And now we can follow the instructions here to create a new repository. So first, I'm going to initialize a new repository using git init, and now a new repository has been initialized. Then I'm going to add everything that is present here using git add dot. Then I am going to commit git commit -m initial commit. And then finally, I'm going to add a remote here. So I'm going to do git remote add origin. And I have added this origin here. And then I'm going to push. And now this is pushed. Okay. So this is the other approach. What we tried to do here was we tried to click import. And after clicking import, we simply put in the URL, but that sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So what we did instead was we went to the original repository and we downloaded a zip file, and then we opened up the zip file and we followed the instructions to push this code to the careers website v2 repository. Okay. Don't worry about the specifics here. Generally, the import command should work for you. In this case, it just did not, unfortunately. Now we have Jovian Careers website v2, and this contains all the code that we had created the last time. The main code was in app.py, where we created a Flask application, and then we had a list of jobs, and then we had a route here which rendered on the home page the template home.html with the data jobs and the company name Jovian. And what was the home.html template? Well, we can see here inside templates and inside home.html that this contained some downloading or including the Bootstrap framework, and then it contained some other layouts like the navigation bar and then the Jovian Careers title and then some information, and followed by some list of jobs, which is exactly what we see at Jovian Careers.xyz. All right. So we have exactly the code that we ended up with the last time. Now we want to open up this code on the platform Replit. So Replit is the platform for developing code online, and we can now import this new repository into Replit by logging into Replit, and then either you might have to connect your GitHub if you haven't already connected it, or if you've connected it, then you may be able to access it directly depending on the permission you've given. I've only given it permission to specific repositories. So I'm going to click on see all your repos. And now here I am going to try and find the repository here, but I have only currently given Replit permission to access one repository. So I wanted to access another repository as well. So let me just click on see all your repos here and click this button here, manage the GitHub repositories Replit can import. So let's click on manage the Git repositories Replit can import. Now here we can then click configure to configure which repositories Replit can import. And I'm going to scroll down here, and looks like currently it only has access to the Jovian Careers website. But I'm going to click this drop down and search for Jovian Careers website v2. And I'm going to click save. And now all we have done is we have upgraded Replit's permission from just accessing one repository to now accessing two repositories. Okay. And now we can click Aakash N S / Jovian Careers website v2. And now we can import this from GitHub and create a new Replit project. So now the Replit project is created using Jovian Careers website v2, the repository, and we can make changes here and push them back to GitHub. Now the good part here is because we are starting from an existing project, everything is set up for us already, so we don't need to do a lot of setup. You can see we have a .replit file which has the language and the run command already set up for us. And if I enable hidden files here, you'll be able to see the config file. You can see we have our requirements.txt and some other files containing the list of libraries required. Of course, we have the app itself. And now if we click run, we should now have in our development mode the exact same site that we had completed in the last tutorial. So let's give that a second to run, but we have now been able to copy the GitHub project and open it up on Replit. Now another thing we can do is we can take this project and deploy it to render.com. So let's go to render.com now. I'm going to open render.com, which is the platform where we performed the deployment the last time. And let's go into the dashboard. And now in the dashboard, this is my old careers website. So now I'm going to click new. I'm going to select web service. And once again, I have only given it permission to access certain repositories on GitHub. So here I might once again want to configure the GitHub access for render.com. So I'll click configure account. I will go into the configuration here and give it access to the other repository, which is Jovian Careers website v2, and click save. And now I should be able to access Jovian Careers website v2. So let me connect it with this new render project that I'm creating. And let's call it Jovian Careers website v2. And all of this should largely be fine. I can probably make it Southeast Asia so that things load a little faster. The branch main is fine. The pip install requirements.txt is fine. I may just need to do gunicorn app:app. So remember, gunicorn is used to run a Flask application in production, and we have to give it the name of the file, which is app without the .py, and we have to give it the name of the Flask application, the variable which contains the Flask application, which is also app. And I'm going to select the starter plan, but you can also deploy it on free. Starter will just deploy a little faster. And let's create that web service. So now this is going to take the code from the same GitHub repository that we have just created, and it is going to create a deployment that is going to be visible at this location, Jovian Careers website v2.onrender.com. However, I want to put it on a domain. So I am going to go into settings once again, and under settings, I am going to put in a custom domain. So this is something that we did the last time as well. So we're just repeating it right now. So this time I'm going to put it on joviancareers.com. So I've bought a new domain, joviancareers.com. I'm going to put it there. And now Because jovincareers.com is hosted on Google domains, we need to configure jovincareers.com and point it to this render site, Jovin Careers website v2.onrender.com. So let's go to domains.google.com. That's where I have registered my domain. So now here I am on my domains on domains.google.com, and let me click manage. And now here I am going to go into the DNS settings. So this is simply what you have to do to connect any website with a custom domain. So let's copy this information. So it looks like for jovincareers.com, we need to add an a name or alias record. So here I'm going to see manage custom records. I am going to scroll down and click create a new record. And this is already set to jovincareers.com, so we don't need to put anything here. There are no alias records here. So another option is to put an A record. So now let's copy this value and let's create an A record and let's put this value in here. Then we also want to point www.jovincareers.com to the same location. So I am going to this time create a CNAME record. So let's select CNAME. Let's put www here and let's put this in here and let's save that. And let's come back here and click verify. So it's going to take a moment. It is going to try to verify the domain. And that might take maybe a minute or two to completely get verified. So we can wait for it to get verified. But okay, looks like it is verified, and in a minute or two, it should also have a certificate, so it should load properly. So now we can actually go on Jovin Careers website v2.onrender.com to access the same site that we already had, or we could also go to jovincareers.com and we will be able to access the same site. Okay. So once you have set up this process, then creating a new site is actually very fast, very quick. And now we've finally completed the first step, which is to copy the GitHub project, open it up on Replit and deploy to render. Now the second step is to set up a cloud MySQL database. So this is where I'm going to show you one way to set up a cloud MySQL database, but there are many online providers that help you create databases. The one we are going to use today is called planetscale.com. So planetscale.com is a fairly developer friendly database, and we are going to use it because it has a free plan which gives you a fair amount of usage. So you can store up to 5 GB and you can do up to 1 billion row reads per month. So for personal projects, you should be able to work with a free plan. So you have to sign up here, and I'm just going to sign in. And once you're signed in, you will be asked to create a database. So I am going to go here, go down here. Let's zoom in a little bit. And I'm going to click create. And let's call this database Jovin Careers. And let's put this close to us. So let's put this in Mumbai. And let's create database. So now all we've done is we have signed up on planetscale.com. And we have created a new database. And now once it is initialized, we will be able to connect to this database. So first we will try to just connect to it using the MySQL workbench. So we have a database running somewhere in the cloud. This is a MySQL database, which is one type of relational database that can be accessed using SQL. And MySQL Workbench is a downloadable tool. It is a tool that you can download on your computer to connect to this database, right? So you download MySQL Workbench, and using it, you can connect to this database that is running on the cloud. So let's download MySQL Workbench. You can click download now, and then you can select the installation for your operating system. In my case, it is Mac, and I'm not going to download it because I already have it installed. But now I can open up MySQL Workbench. You can see here, this is what it looks like once it is installed, MySQL Workbench. And I'm going to click the plus button here. Now, when I click the plus button here, I can set up a new connection. So my PlanetScale database is running somewhere on the cloud, and let me call it Jovin Careers PlanetScale. All right. Now I need some parameters to connect to this database. In this case, it looks like a certain hostname is set 127.0.0.1. That means my local computer. I don't need that. So I'm just going to go back here and I'm going to click connect. And once you click connect, now you will receive the parameters that you need to enter from your MySQL workbench. And this is only shown once. So you might want to just copy this information and paste it somewhere safe. So I'm just going to put it here in this notepad. But this is the information that we need to put into our MySQL workbench. So let's go back to MySQL workbench and let's see what we need. We need a host name. So let's grab the host name. This is the host name we need to provide. Then the port is something that is already configured. We don't need to change anything here. Then we need a username. So this is the username. Then we need a password. So you can click store in keychain so that the password gets saved. So I'm going to copy this password and I am going to then paste it here. And this should ideally get saved on my computer. Then we need a default database name, which is called Jovian Career. So I'm just going to do that as well. And you can test the connection. So when you type test connection, it is going to try to connect and tell you if the configuration is correct. And once the test connection is done, we can click OK. And now we can connect to this database from the MySQL workbench home. So it should be listed here. So this is something that you need to do the first time. Although you should hold on to that password. You should not lose track of this password because this will not be shown once we close this window here. Okay. All right. So now we are connected to a database running on the cloud. So let's just look at what databases are present in this server. So if we do show databases, you can see here, it has a bunch of system databases like information schema, MySQL, sys, and performance schema. So this is all for internal use of MySQL. We never touch these, but there is this one new database called Jovian Careers. So great. Now we have a new database, Jovian Careers, and let's see what's inside this database. So first we say use Jovian Careers. And again, this is basic SQL syntax. So if you take any quick beginner tutorial on SQL, you will learn this. So now we are using the Jovian Careers database. And now we can show the tables in this database by typing show tables. And the casing doesn't matter, but I just prefer using uppercase for any keywords. So we've said show tables, and currently there are no tables in the database. So information in databases is organized into tables. Each table can represent one kind of entity. For example, you may have one table for jobs, you may have one table for applications, you may have one table for users, and so on. So think of tables like sheets in a spreadsheet workbook. So each sheet represents a different kind of data. All right. So right now there are no tables. So now we need to create some tables into our database. So let's come back here. We have set up a cloud MySQL database on Planet Scale. And now we are going to create a table called jobs and add data to it using the MySQL workbench. So here is how we create a table. We say create table, and then we give the name of the table, and then we provide the list of columns in a table. So table contains several rows and several columns. So the columns have to be specified when we create the table. So each job is going to have an ID. So the first column is going to be called ID, and it is going to be an integer. And I do not want the ID to be null. So if you want to make something a required column, then you say not null. And additionally, I am going to provide this additional argument called auto increment so that I don't have to provide unique IDs. So I don't have to think about entering an ID. Every time I try to insert a new row into the table, a new ID will automatically be generated for me. So that's why I'm putting in auto increment here. Okay, that's great. Then we have the job title, which is some text. So I'm just going to use varchar. So varchar is the data type that is used to store text, and the job title can be, let's say 250 characters. So I'm going to just put in 250 here as the maximum length. And we of course do not want the job title to be null or empty either. Then we have the job location, which is also going to be a piece of text, and that should also not be null. In case there is no location, we can just put remote into it. Then there is a salary. So it's possible that there may be some jobs where the salary is not specified. So I'm going to use an int here. So salary of type int, it is going to be an integer and it can be null, so nothing more. Now we may have locations outside India as well. We may have locations in multiple countries. So we may want to keep track of the currency in which the salary will be paid. So I'm just going to put in another column called currency, which is going to be a varchar, and let's just put 10 characters here, not more. And then finally, with each job, there are some responsibilities. So I'm going to put in responsibilities here, and let's also make that varchar. And this can be a large thing. So I'm just going to give it the length 2000 so that you can put a whole bunch of information in here. And then there are going to be some requirements, some qualifications. So I'm going to have another column called requirements. Let's also call that varchar. And that is the requirements column. So far, our table is looking good. We have an ID, title, location, salary, currency, responsibilities, and requirements. And one last thing I'm going to add here is the primary key. And I'm going to make the ID the primary key, which means that we are telling SQL that the ID should always be unique. Every row should have a unique ID, and you can get data out of the table by providing a specific ID. So I can say, give me the information for the job with the ID 5. And that is what a primary key does. All right, so now we are ready to create the table. So let's just click the lightning button here, or we could also just press Command Enter or Control Enter, and that should have created the table now. So now if I go into a new tab, I've created a new tab here using Command T or Control T on Windows. And now if I say Show Tables, you can see that we have a table called Jobs. Great. And now if you want to look at information inside Jobs, we can say Select star from Jobs. Again, this is basic SQL. This is basic SQL that you will learn if you take any tutorial. But if you do not want to type all these queries, then you can also use the schemas tab here in the left sidebar and just refresh it once. And you can see under Jovian Careers, you have tables, and under tables, you have jobs. And you can just click this button here, which is going to display the information inside the jobs table. And it does the exact same thing by simply running select star from joviancareers.jobs. All right, so right now there is no data within the table. Now we can insert data into the table. We can do this using an insert statement. So we can do insert into jobs. And while inserting, we first have to provide a list of columns. So if I go back here, you can see that we have all these columns, but out of all these columns, only 3 columns are compulsory: title and location and ID. But the ID is going to be auto-generated using this auto-increment function. So there's going to be a counter inside the table, and it's going to auto-generate the ID for us. So we only really need to provide the title and location. Those are the only 2 required fields to create a job. So I'm going to say that we're going to provide the title and location. And the values we want to put for title and location are data analyst and Bengaluru, India. So now we have written some code to insert some data into the database, and let's run that. And now you can see that here the insert statement executed successfully, and it says 1 row was affected. So if we now try select star from joviancareers.jobs, then it is going to show us this information, data analyst Bengaluru. Now this is one way to insert information into a SQL database from the MySQL workbench by executing a query. But MySQL workbench also provides a nice user interface. So we can type, for example, data scientist, and I can type here New Delhi, India. And maybe I can put in some salary information as well. So let me put in 15 lakhs, so 00000. And let me put in the currency rupees. And after entering this information, you can see an apply button here at the bottom of the table. You can click apply, and that is going to generate an insert statement for us. So it's the exact same insert statement. Let me just zoom in here a little bit for you. Insert into joviancareers.jobs, title, location, salary, currency, data scientist, New Delhi, India, and so on, and click apply. And now that's going to execute this SQL query for you. So MySQL Workbench allows you to access and manipulate the database without having to write SQL queries as well. And we can also update existing records. So for example, I could just do 10 lakhs here, and I could just put in rupees here as well. And let's click apply. And that's going to apply that for us. Okay, great. So one last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a bunch of responsibilities and requirements information for these jobs and put that in here as well. So I have a link here to some sample jobs data. So I'm just going to grab these sample responsibilities. Let me double click inside it, copy it, and come here, double click inside and paste it. And some sample requirements for the data analyst role. Let me double click, copy here and paste it. And similarly, we have some sample responsibilities for the data analyst, for the data scientist role. So I double click here and paste it. And finally, we have some sample requirements for the data scientist role. So I'm going to bring that in here and I'm going to paste that in as well. And I'm going to click apply. And that's going to put all this information into the Planet Scale database. Okay. So remember, we are still connected to a database on the cloud. So all this information is getting written into the database in the cloud. Great. So now we have done the next step, which is to create a jobs table and add data using the MySQL Workbench. So it's just step-by-step simple process of first creating a table using the create table statement. And if you don't remember this, you can always just look this up. So create table SQL, just search that online and maybe check out tutorials point, and they have the syntax and then they have an example. So this is not something that you have to remember or by heart. The idea is you should be able to figure out how to create a table in a MySQL database. Okay. So we created the table and then using the MySQL Workbench, we inserted some data into the table as well. Okay. So now we can connect to this database from Replit using SQLAlchemy. So let's go back into Replit here. Let me open up the REPL once again. Jovian Careers website v2. So let's go back into Replit, and now inside Replit, I am going to create a new file here called database.py. Okay. Now in the database.py file, I'm going to write some code to connect to the database and extract some data from the database. And we are going to do this using the SQLAlchemy library, SQLAlchemy. Okay, SQLAlchemy. So you can also search this online, SQLAlchemy. It is a library. You can see here that it is the database toolkit for Python. And let's just search SQLAlchemy tutorial maybe. And here there seems to be, let's see, there is a tutorial. Yeah, so there is a tutorial on tutorials point. You can follow that. And there is also an official tutorial. So here you can see docs.SQLAlchemy.org/tutorial. So you can check this out as well. Now to get started, we need to first install SQLAlchemy. And to install SQLAlchemy, all we need to do, as you might have guessed it already, is come into the shell. And inside the shell type pip install SQLAlchemy. And that installs SQLAlchemy for us. Now, once SQLAlchemy is installed, we can import SQLAlchemy and we can check its version. So I can come back here and I've imported SQLAlchemy, and let me just print SQLAlchemy.version. I believe it's __version__. And this can help us ensure that SQLAlchemy is installed and we have the right version. So let's come back here into the shell. For a moment, I'm going to close the browser. And let's just reset the view here. And let's type Python database.py. So we are asking Python to execute the code inside the file database.py. And let's run that. And now you can see here that it prints 1.4.23. So it looks like we have a valid version of SQLAlchemy installed. Next, the next step is to establish the connectivity. So I'm going to click the next section here and look at the code here. So next, it looks like we need to import from SQLAlchemy create engine, and let's do that. So from SQLAlchemy import create engine, I'm no longer going to print the version, so I'm going to skip this as well. And then we need to create an engine which is going to connect with the database. Okay. The way we do this is we say engine equals create engine, and here we provide information about how to connect to the database. So all the information for connecting to the database, remember all of this information has to be provided in a special format. Now, the example given on this page talks about how to connect to SQLite, which is a different type of database from MySQL, which is what we are using. So if we just search SQLAlchemy connect to MySQL and check the resources. So again, on the SQLAlchemy documentation website, there is information about how to connect to MySQL as well. And we can see here that the way to do it is using create engine MySQL plus PyMySQL : username : password @ host / database name. Okay, so let's just copy that and let's put this in here. So let's go here and let's do engine equals create engine MySQL plus PyMySQL. What is the username? Well, the username is something that we can get from here. This is the username. Then we have a password. So let's get the password here. And depending on which database provider you're using, this information is going to be different. So don't let all this scare you. It's all simply just configuration to make sure that we can connect our code to the database. That's all. Okay, that was a password. Then we have the host. So the third thing is the host. So I'm going to grab the host here and I'm going to put the host information here. And finally, the database name we want to connect to, and the database name is Jovian Careers. And let's check that. Let us now run this again. So my Python database.py, just to see if the engine was created properly. Okay, so now we get an error, no module named PyMySQL. So looks like we need to install another library. So SQLAlchemy internally, depending on which type of database you want to connect to, requires some library which can serve as a connector. So I'm also going to install pip install PyMySQL. So because SQLAlchemy can connect to many different types of databases, so it doesn't ship with all the built-in connectors. You need to install a connector depending on which kind of database you are connecting to. So I'm going to run pip install PyMySQL and let us try to run Python database.py once again. And looks like this is running. So great, now looks like we are able to create an engine. So we have given it some information and we have created an engine. The next step would be to get some information out of the engine. So this is how you can get some information out of the database by making a connection to the database using the engine. So here's what you should do. First, it says we need to import text. So from SQLAlchemy import text. All right, we've done that. And then with engine.connect as con. So this is just a way to set up a connection. We're saying connect to the engine and give the connection a name con. So then we can use that connection to execute commands onto that database. And then anything we write inside the with can use this connection. And once we come out of the with, the connection will be automatically closed. So that is the purpose of with. You will see with in a lot of places when we are connecting to databases or when we are working with files. So what we do is we either open a file or connect to a database and then give that connection a name. Then we do some work with it. And once we get out of the with, the connection is closed automatically. So let's grab this with engine.connect as con. And then we can say result equals con.execute. And here we can give any SQL query. Okay. In this case, they've printed select hello world. So they're not really querying the database, but let me change this to select star from jobs. We know that our database has a table called jobs. So let me just select star from jobs. And then let us print what we get back. So what we get back, any database query that you make on SQL is going to give you a list of rows, a table essentially of some sort, right? A list of rows of results. So let's just print result.all, which gives us all the rows of the result at once. And let's try to run that now, Python database.py. Okay, looks like there was an error. And this is what is going to happen all the time. Whenever you are working on any project in Python, 80% of the time, the code you write is not going to work the first time. There's going to be an error, but that should not scare you. You just have to read the error carefully and see what it says. So let's see what it says. Now, the way to understand Python errors is to scroll all the way to the bottom and read what is given at the bottom. So if we see carefully here, it says there is an operational error. So there was some error operationally internally inside SQLAlchemy, and it says code unavailable, server does not allow insecure connections. The client must use SSL. Okay. So there are some secure ways to connect to a database and there are some insecure ways. So you may have heard of HTTP and HTTPS. So all this is saying is that we need a slightly more secure way to connect to a database. Okay. Now we can explore how to do this. First of all, here we can go back into this connection, MySQL and MariaDB, and go down here and check how to connect securely. So let's go back here and let's see, maybe there is some information about how to connect securely. I'm going to search SSL and looks like there is some information here about SSL. So here we are using PyMySQL. That's a library we just installed, and looks like for SSL connections, it accepts the same arguments that MySQL DB accepts as described in SSL connections. So let's click that. And this is something that you will often have to do when you are working with a library. You will have to go into its documentation, just try to understand what they're saying and try to figure out how to make things work. Okay, so looks like if we want to connect securely, we will have to pass something called connect args. We will have to pass this into the create engine function, and where inside connect args, we will have to pass a dictionary with some information about SSL. Okay. Even I don't understand exactly what this is for or what this does, but all I'm doing is interpreting the error here, the error that I saw on Replit, searching for it in the documentation that I want to connect securely using SSL. So there was some mention of SSL TLS here. So I just searched that and I found some information here. So now I'm going to come back here and I'm going to make that change in my create engine function. So now we have this. So the first thing I'm going to do is maybe extract out this database string. So let me just call it connection or DB connection string equals, and let's put that into this. So DB connection string. So that's our first part. But apart from this, we also now need to pass this information, which is connect args. So let's build it step by step. So connect args. Okay, let's come back here. Let us put in connect args, and connect args requires a dictionary. So in this dictionary, we are going to have a key called SSL. So let's pass in SSL. And now inside it, there are these values that have to be provided. I believe this is going to change depending on which database provider you're using. So just like this has to change based on the database provider, this also has to change based on the database provider. So how about we go back into our database provider, and here there is some information about how to connect with Python. So let's check that. And looks like they've given some information about what to install. They've given some information about like how to configure it. So they're using something other than SQLAlchemy. And here looks like they have given some information about the SSL certificate, right? So if you look here, we have SSL, and then inside SSL, we have this SSL CA. So let me just put that in here, SSL CA, and let's just paste it here, SSL CA. Now, instead of this value, all I'm going to do is I'm going to get this value from PlanetScale. Okay. So there seems to be some certificate that is required, and the way you configure that certificate is by passing this value /etc/ssl/certificate.pe. Okay. And I have just saved that, and let's hope this works. In a lot of cases, you're just hoping and trying, but let's see. Okay. Look like it worked. So there were a few complications. We ran into a few errors, but ultimately we were able to figure out a connection string to connect to the PlanetScale database. And then we were able to figure out how to connect securely. And this is not something that you'll figure out immediately. Sometimes you may have to spend 20-30 minutes, or sometimes you may have to just look online, PlanetScale, SQLAlchemy, how to connect. And here it says that connect to any MySQL client to PlanetScale using connection strings. So there is some information available online, generally speaking. So you can see here that there is some information about connection strings and things like that. Or you can also go on stackoverflow.com. So you can always go on stackoverflow.com and you can just post a question here and somebody will try and answer the question for you, or you can ask us if you are part of the Jovian community, right? So developers have to look up documentation. Developers have to try and figure things out by trial and error and try to look at the docs, try to look at references, try to look at blogs and figure it out. And often they just have to ask each other to figure it out. But this is what you had to do to connect to a planet scale database. Now, connecting to a Google Cloud or an AWS database may be slightly different. But the important thing is we are able to get this data out. So that's great. Now, I'm curious, what is the type of this object that is getting printed? When we call result.all, what is the type of the data that we get? So first, let me print type of result, and then let's call this result all equals result.all, and let me print the type of result all, and then let's also print result all itself. And let's include some information here about what we are printing. Always a good idea, otherwise you might get confused about what you are printing exactly. So here we are checking the type of result.all. And then finally here we are checking the result.all itself. Okay. So this is what we are going to print just to get a better understanding of what this result is. Okay, let's run python database.py once again. And looks like the result is of the type SQLAlchemy.cursor. But as soon as we call result.all, we get back a list. So you can see that the type of result.all is the class list. So the result.all is actually a simple plain Python list. As soon as you do result.all, it becomes a Python list. And then you have the result.all. This is all the information that we obtained. But let's check the type of the first element of result.all. So result.all is a list. So now we can say result.all 0. So just to look at the first element, remember in Python, elements are numbered from 0 in a list. So result.all 0 is simply this object, and let's try to print the type of this result all 0. So we are getting the first element out of the list that we obtained using result.all, which result was a cursor, result.all is a list of results. And let's now get the first element. So let's just call it first result equals result all 0. And let's just print the type of first result. Okay, and this is simply the type of first result. Okay, so result was of the type cursor, then or cursor result, then result.all was of the type list, and finally first result is of the type legacy row. Okay. Now, I don't know how to work with legacy row. I don't know how to work with all these special classes. I know how to work with lists and dictionaries. So I might want to convert this row into a dictionary, because ultimately what each row of a database contains is a bunch of columns and a bunch of values for each column. So let me search how to convert SQLAlchemy row into dictionary, into Python dict. Okay. So there's an exact question, how to convert SQLAlchemy row object to a Python dictionary. And that is how a lot of programming works. You just search the right question and you get the answer. And looks like the way you do it is you just do __dict __. So let's go back here and let's say first result dict equals result all, which is a list, 0, which gives us a legacy result, dot __dict __. Okay, there's no way I could have guessed this. I just had to look it up, right? So that's an important part of development. And now let's check the type of first result dict and make sure that it is a dictionary. So I'm just also going to type this out here. Type of first result dict. And while we're at it, let's also print first result dict. Okay, so let's run this once again. All right, well, could not locate column in row. Okay, maybe this did not work. Maybe we can try another approach. Let me try this. Let me just call dict on this. Let me just call dict and see if maybe that works. Okay, that actually worked. So all we had to do is we had to call the dict function. So I just took a guess here, and sometimes you have to try a couple of approaches. And what that did is it took one row of result and converted that into a Python dictionary. You can see here, this is a Python dictionary. It contains the ID, title, etc. So now here's what I can do. I get the result and I can say result dicts equals the empty list. And I can say for row in result dot all. So result dot all is going to be a list, and for row in result dot all each we are going to get one row each. And then I'm just going to say result dicts dot append dict row. Okay, and let's get rid of all that. And finally, let's just print result dict. Okay, and or result dicts, and let's run that one last time and we'll see how all of this is going to come together. Okay, so now we have this list of dictionaries. You can see here that this is a list, and inside this list this is one object, and then here inside this list this is a second object, right? So we had two jobs and the responsibilities for two of those jobs. And now all of that data has come up here. So we inserted that data from our MySQL workbench, and we are getting that data into Replit. Okay, so this is good, but we probably don't want to print this information. We actually want to send this information back to the site when we are trying to access the job page. So when we are trying to access joviancareers.xyz, this is where we want to display this information, right? So let's get rid of this for now, and I'm just going to copy this code. Actually, I'm just going to copy all of this code, and let's get rid of this, and let's come back into our app.py file. And in our app.py file, let's come back here into the hello Jovian, into the main route that we had, and let's define a function. Let's call it load jobs from DB. Okay, and what this does is with engine.connect as con, and we have to just fix the indentation here. Yeah, so with engine.connect as con, and there is an error because we need to import engine. So I can say here from database. Now because we have this file database, we can use it like a module. So this is the other way of using Python files. You can invoke them as a module. So from database import engine. So now from the database file where we had created the engine, we are importing that engine inside app.py, and then we are saying inside our load jobs from DB function with engine.connect as con, result equals con.execute, and there is this text, so let's import that as well. So from SQLAlchemy import text. Great. So now text should be fine. I believe it's from SQLAlchemy.sql if I'm not mistaken. Let's see here. Okay, no, just SQLAlchemy. So let's remove text from here. Let's come back into app.py. And we probably don't need this. Yeah. Okay. So with engine.connect as con, con.execute and get a result. Then instead of calling this result dicts, basically this is just a list of jobs, right? So I'm just going to call this jobs, and I'm going to get each row from the result, and I'm going to convert that row into a dictionary. I'm going to append it to the list jobs, and finally I'm going to return jobs. Okay, great. So now we have this function load jobs from DB, and that function returns a list of jobs. So now I can go in here and I can say jobs equals load jobs from DB. Great. And now I can go ahead and remove this. So before I do this, I just want to show you the old version, the version that we have currently running. Yeah, so the version that we have currently running, you can see here it contains 4 roles: data analyst, data scientist, front-end engineer, back-end engineer, and that is coming from this list. But let's get rid of this list. And let's come here and let's call load jobs from DB. And oops. Now for the jobs input, let us provide jobs. So we're saying jobs equals jobs. Basically what we're saying is inside the template home.html, when you try to access the word jobs, then you should be using the variable jobs that is defined here. Okay, so don't let this notation confuse you. This is the name that is going to be used inside home.html, and this is the name that is the variable that you want to supply as the information. So for example, you can call it jobs list, and then you would have to put jobs list here. Okay, but just to keep it simple, I'm going to call it jobs equals jobs, and the company name is Jovian. So let's retain that. Okay, so now I have just made a major change to my application. I've actually removed all the hard-coded data, and I am loading that information from a cloud-based database. So now if I scroll down here, you can see that there are 2 positions, data analyst and data scientist. And those are exactly the positions that we have entered into our database, which we can verify in the MySQL workbench as well. Okay. So I think that's pretty good. It took some work, but once you know how to do it the first time, it is exactly the same thing each time. All the entire code that we had to write was maybe just 11 lines of code. And then we were able to create this helper function. And you know what? I'm just going to move this helper function inside database.py so that I don't even have to worry about making sure my routes and functions are separated. So I'm just going to put this here, and let me put text back here. And now in app.py, instead of importing something from SQLAlchemy or importing the engine, I can just say load jobs from DB. Okay. So this is good encapsulation, good coding practice, that all your database related logic is going to be here inside database.py. And it simply has this function load jobs from DB, which you can use inside app.py. Okay, so that I think was a good first step. So now what we have done is we have connected to the database from Replit using SQLAlchemy. And then we also went ahead and we displayed the list of jobs from the Cloud DB using SQLAlchemy. So just to recap, we started by creating a copy of the GitHub project that we had the last time. And then we opened it up on Replit, and we also deployed it to render.com. That was pretty straightforward, just repeating what we had done the last time. Then we set up a cloud MySQL database on planetscale.com. So we went to planetscale.com, created a new database, and then we used the credentials from the PlanetScale setup to connect to the database. So we connected to the database from the MySQL workbench, and we created a jobs table, and this was the code used to create the jobs table. And then we added data into it in the MySQL workbench using insert statements, but also using the user interface. Not only can you add data, you can also update data, and you can also delete information. For example, I can click delete here and then click apply, and that can delete information as well. Then we saw how to connect to the database from Replit using SQLAlchemy. So we imported the SQLAlchemy library, we created a database connection string, and then we created an engine. And finally, we created a helper function to connect to the engine and execute the statement select star from jobs, and finally get the result and convert the rows of the result into dictionaries and create a list of dictionaries, which would just be the list of jobs, and pass that into app.py. And now, instead of having a list of dictionaries that we had hard coded put into our code, we are now getting the list of dictionaries from the database. And I'm going to change this here as well into this other API, which was using JSONify. And I'm going to do the same thing, load jobs from DB and JSONify jobs. And now if I go back here and open this site and go to /API/jobs, see this other API, this other route is at /API/jobs. So I'm going to open /API/jobs. And you can see here that this is the JSON format of the information here, which is the exact same thing. Except on the main page, we are taking that JSON data and we are displaying it. But here we are just displaying it as plain JSON. Okay. And of course, how do we put the data from the jobs dictionary? How do we actually display that data here? All of that is done inside this template home.html. So inside home.html, we have this for loop. So we say for job in jobs. So we get each dictionary out. So we get each dictionary out from the list of jobs. And then we pass that information into job item.html, and job item.html contains information here, like it extracts the job title. So it is going to take this dictionary here and it is going to extract the title, which is data analyst, and it is going to put that title here inside an h4 tag. Then it is going to extract the location and display the location here, and it is going to extract the salary and display the salary here. So that's rather nice. Now let's go back into the MySQL workbench and insert a third job role, and let's see what happens. So let's go into here and let's go into front-end developer. Let's grab that. Let's put that in here. So front-end developer is the role. Okay. Then let's come back here. Let's grab location. The location is remote. So I'm going to come in here. I'm going to paste that. Let's grab the salary here. And I'm going to come in here and paste that. Let's grab, this is still in rupees. So let's grab that and let's put that in here. And then let's put this in here as well. All right, last piece is the requirements. So responsibilities and requirements, and let's put that in here. We're not using these yet, but we will soon enough. Okay. And I've not added an ID because an ID will get added automatically. So I'm just going to click apply, and now that's going to create this insert statement for us. And now we're going to apply it, and looks like it's done. So now here is the most interesting thing. We have not made any changes to our code, but if I go here and reload this page, you will now see that the front-end developer code shows up. So what's happening is when we visit Jovian Careers website v2.aakashns.repl.co, then a request is sent from your browser to this Flask server that is running here. And the Flask server here is listening for requests. So that is why it's called a server, because it listens for requests and it serves some information back. So it listened for the request, and based on the request, it went into the app routes and it checked which is the matching route. So here we are just using the domain itself. We're not doing /API or anything. We're just using the top level route, and that is matched using /, which is that there is nothing after the domain name. And then it invokes that function again. So each time a request is made from the browser, the appropriate function is invoked. And in that function, we are making a call to the database. So the appropriate database query is made, the appropriate SQL query is made by SQLAlchemy. That data is fetched, then that data is passed into this template, and that data is then displayed on the server, right? So this is already a dynamic web page. This is no longer the same. You're not going to get back the same result each time you open it up, because there may be different information within the database. So that is very powerful, because this one page now is not a static page, it is dynamic. It has some data that can be fetched from a database. But now let's take this and let us also deploy it to render.com. So to deploy it to render.com, all we have to do is take all the code that we have written and put it back on GitHub. But there is one problem. There is one very big problem that we have to fix. Here inside the database.py file, we have our database username, password, host, all of this sensitive information. Now, this information, if it goes into the GitHub repository and the GitHub repository is public, then everybody in the world will be able to see our main root database password, which means anybody can directly connect to our database and delete information or change information. You probably don't want that. That is a big security risk. So what we should be doing is we should be making this information a secret. Never put any passwords into a Git repository, because if you're going to share that repository with other people, or if you're going to publish that repository online publicly, your passwords will get exposed and anybody can come in and wipe out your database. So generally, all development and deployment platforms provide a way of storing some secret information, which is stored differently from the Git repository. So I'm going to go here into the sidebar and just move down, and here you see there is something called secrets. So I'm going to go into secrets here. I'm going to click secrets and I'm going to create a new secret inside Replit. And I'm going to call this secret DB connection string. Okay, all uppercase with separated by underscore. I'm going to take this text which is inside the quotes, and now we don't need the quotes anymore. And I'm going to put this value here and I'm going to add new secret. And now Replit will securely store this information within our Replit account, and this information will not be public. This information will be private to us, even if your REPL is public, okay, because this is secret information. So DB connection string is now secret. And then the way you can then get this information is using the OS module. This is now available as a as an operating system environment variable. So what you do is you say os.environ environ db connection str. So you simply give the name of the secret and you say os.environ. And now if we run, I think we have to go back and maybe reload the page. So let's reload once. Okay, it was called DB connection string. So let me change that to DB connection string. And now if we run, we are going to see that DB connection string, the connection string is no longer mentioned here in the code, but the data is still getting loaded. Data analyst, data scientist, and front-end developer. Okay. Important point. Remember this, don't put any passwords or any sensitive information into your code. It should always be passed through some secret. Okay. So now let's go into version control here. And I believe we have removed all the secrets here. So I can now push my changes and let's see, what did I change? Added connection to database, added connection to DB. Let's just say that. And let's click commit and push. And that should take all the files and send it to GitHub. That's what we were doing in the previous tutorial. Okay. Looks like nothing happened. Looks like there's no change here. So what happened? Turns out that Replit seems to have changed their user interface. Again, this is something that happens with the tools that we use. They're always making changes, making improvements. So things may not work exactly the same way. And now you see this plus button, it is showing you a list of all the files that are changed, and you have to manually add which files you want to commit back to Git. Okay, so Replit is giving you a little more power. It is allowing you to manually add which files you want to commit to Git. So I'm going to click plus, 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 plus. And now all these files are going to get committed. I'm going to try to commit again. Load jobs from DB, and I'm going to click commit and push. And now that's going to take all of these added files. Earlier, no file was added. So that's why nothing was getting committed. So now it's going to take all these added files and it is going to commit them. And now you can see here, we have load jobs from DB. This is the latest commit. And you can also go into Jovian Careers website V2. And here on the Jovian Careers website V2, you can now check app.py. You can see it doesn't have those list of jobs, and you can check database.py. And you can see it does not have any secret here. Okay, so that's fine. So now we have securely stored this secret inside Replit environment variables, and we have still been able to make our code public. So we've not lost any security. Nobody will be able to connect to our database except through the routes that we have already defined. So the way people access the database is by opening the page, Jovian Careers website v2, and then that route internally makes a database connection, but we get to control which database connections are possible. We have not given the final user the full power over our database. Okay. Now all this is well and good, but let's go to render.com and let's see what happened here. Let's go into our render dashboard and let's find the project that we had just deployed earlier. Okay. Okay, looks like a deploy failed. So let's click on this. Let's see why a deployment failed. So as soon as we pushed some new changes to master, render.com tried to deploy. But when render.com tried to deploy, it ran into a couple of issues. Looks like there is no module called SQLAlchemy. So let's go back here. We added a couple of new files. So let's go in here. Let's add SQLAlchemy. And I believe we also installed PyMySQL. So let's add PyMySQL as well. And let's go back here into version control. Let's call this update requirements. And let's add this file into our commit and let's commit and push. Since we have added new libraries, we need to mention them in requirements.txt. Now we have mentioned them. Now we can come back into render. Now let's go back into the dashboard. Now you can see it is deploying again. So let's come back here. Let us check the deploy. The deploy has been started. It is in progress. And you can see the name of the latest commit, update requirements. So let's wait here and let's see if it is able to build and deploy successfully. Okay, looks like it was able to install all the dependencies. Looks like it is also able to build it, and looks like it is now going to upload the build. Let's see if that is going to succeed. Okay, the build was successful. It is now deploying. So this is going to get deployed to joviancareers.com. And let's see if that deployment goes through successfully. Okay, now here you see it runs into an error. So it set up the build and then it tried to run geonicon app:app. And then when it tried to access, if you just go down, scroll down here, when it tried to access the os.environ db connection string, it did not find the connection string. So what happened? Remember, this connection string is a secret that we have put into Replit. When we sent the code from Replit to GitHub, GitHub no longer had that connection string. That's the whole purpose of storing it secretly on Replit, so that we don't expose it in our Git repository. So if the Git repository doesn't have this information, then obviously render.com will also not have this information. So what we need to do is go into render.com, go into the environment here. So just like Replit, render.com also has a way of specifying secrets or environment variables. It specifically says that you can use this for secrets, and then click plus. And now we can go back here and let me go to the secrets tab and let me click on the secret that I already have, and let's grab the name db_connection_string, and let's put that name here, and let's grab the value and let's put this value here as well, db_connection_string, and save these changes. And that is going to kick off another deploy most likely. So let's go back here. Yeah, so it looks like we have just updated the environment. So it is going to start another deployment. And this time it should be able to access the environment variables. So let's go back here and let's see how it's doing. So it is once again installing the required libraries. It has created a build. It is then going to push the build, and it is finally going to try another deployment, and it's going to try to run the application once again. So far, joviancareers.com, if we just check it, joviancareers.com, so far it only has the old data, data analyst, data scientist, front-end engineer, and back-end engineer. So it has all this information, right? But as soon as this deploy is done, hopefully, if it works, it should be connected to the actual database. Yep. Looks like this has run properly. So let's reload the page, and you can see now we have data analyst, data scientist, and front-end developer. Data analyst, data scientist, and front-end developer. Let me just try this. One more change here. So let's add backend developer, and let's change this to San Francisco, USA. Let's make this 120,000. Let's put the dollar symbol here, and let's grab the information about this job as well. So here there is some information too. So let's grab that. And there is some information here too. So let's grab that too. And let's click apply. And that should now insert this new data. And now if we simply refresh joviancareers.com, you will now see that it has all 4 roles, and you can tell that this is coming from the database. You can try to delete something from the database and that will go away from here. Great. So now we are able to deploy it as well. So now we've deployed to render.com. We've pushed the changes to GitHub. We have kept our secret safe, and we have deployed to render.com. Next, we are now going to create dynamic pages to display each job role. Now, wouldn't it be nice if we had, for each of these job roles on joviancareers.com, we had its own page? Maybe we got there when we clicked on apply. So let's try to do that. Let's try to give each of these jobs their own page. So let's come back here. I am going to come back here into requirements, into our app.py file, and I'm going to add a new route. So I'm going to say app.route/job. And now what I want is on jovian.careers.com/job/3. Let's say if I put the number 3, I want the data for job ID number 3 to be displayed here. And if I put the number 2, I want the job data for the job ID 2 to be displayed here, and so on. So the way you can create a dynamic route in Flask is by putting something between these less than and greater than symbol. So if we do less than, ID greater than, so now it is no longer trying to match /job/ID. Now it will match anything that comes after /job, and the function that you define under it, let's call this show job, is going to receive that value as a parameter. So for example, if we try to access joviancareers.com/job/3, you can see here in the URL bar, joviancareers.com/job/3, then ID will get the value 3. So ID will get the value 3. So basically ID will be the number that we have passed in. And now we can first try to load the job. So let's see, load job from DB. So we'll try to load a specific job here, which has this given ID. And then let's just convert that into JSON. So JSONify job and return that. Okay. Now we don't have a load job from DB function. So let's define that inside our database file. So let's define def load job from DB, which takes an ID. And now we say with engine.connect as con, and then we say result equals con.execute. So what is the SQL query we want to write? Typically when we want to fetch a specific job, we would use a select query. So we would do something like select star from jobs where ID equals 3, for example. And that is the front-end developer role, right? So that's exactly what we want to write here as well. Text. So let's get that on a new line. Select star from jobs where ID equals, and now here we want to put the value of the variable ID. So the way you can do this is you can just put a variable here. So let me call this val, and then outside this you can provide the value of val. So you can say val equals ID. Okay. So this is what is called string formatting, but it is done in a special way inside SQLAlchemy, that you use colon to specify that this is something that has to be filled in, and then you provide its value, as a parameter here. Okay. So where ID equals val, and we are saying that :val should get replaced by ID. And where is this ID coming from? This ID is coming from this input. And where is it coming from in the input? Remember app.py? We are actually getting it from the URL. So we are getting the URL ID from the URL, and we are putting it into this function load job from DB. And let's call load job from DB. Let's import that. So we are putting it into the function load job from DB. And inside load job from DB, we are taking the ID and we are putting it into the select statement, select star from jobs where ID equals val. And then we are going to execute it and we're going to get a result. Now we can say rows equals result.all. So now we have a list of rows. Now I expect to get back either one row or I expect to get back 0 rows. For example, if I look for the job with ID 10, I'm going to get back 0 rows. So here's what I'm going to do. If len rows equals 0, then I'm going to return none. Else I am going to return dict rows 0. Okay, so remember rows is a list of rows and each element of row. So this is going to be the first element of row. Row 0 is going to be the first element of row. So the first element of row is going to be a legacy row, a SQLAlchemy row class, and we can convert that row into a dictionary using dict. Okay. And if this doesn't make sense, what you should try and do is add a bunch of print statements and play around with it and try to make sense of it. But now we have this load job from DB. So we have that. And now we have this app, which is going to use load job from DB. Let's call it load job from DB. And let's run that. Let's run this. And for now, what we're doing is we are getting the job data and we are just converting it into JSON. Okay, so if I go now and open this up in a new page, so remember this is not deployed yet, so this is not going to be available on joviancareers.com just yet. Any code changes have to be deployed via render. Any database changes, any changes made to the data within the database will reflect immediately. That's the benefit of having a database that is separate from your code, because once the code is deployed independently and the database can be changed and the data just changes independently. Anyway, so now here we have the same development server running, and here we have the data analyst role, data scientist role, front-end developer role. So let's see here, when we check the jobs table, data analyst has the ID 1. So I can go in here and I can type /job/1, and that is going to go and match this route ID. And ID is going to have the value 1. We're going to load the job with the ID 1 and we're going to then convert it into JSON and return it. And exactly what we expect, we get the information about the data analyst role, the salary, we get the currency, we get the ID, and we get the location, requirements, and responsibilities. So great, that's nice. So now we have a dynamic page. Let's try maybe this. And yes, now we have data scientist. Let's try 3. And now we have front-end developer. Let's try 4. And now we have back-end developer. So you may have heard the term REST API. This is exactly what REST APIs are. They go into a database, they fetch some information based on the information that you provide in the URL, and they return some JSON. Okay. But we don't want a REST API right now. We want to create a proper HTML page. So I'm going to create a new template called jobpage.html, and let's create a basic HTML page here from scratch. So I can go into home.html and just study how this was created. So there is a doc type HTML at the top. Let me put that in here. Then there is an HTML tag, and then there is a head and body tags inside it. So let me put HTML, and let's put a head in there, and let's put a body in there. And in the head, we may have to put a few things. So there is the title. Let me copy the title. Let's put that back into the job page. Great. And now instead of Jovian Careers, let's change it to the actual job name. So let's get the job title here. So let's get job.title. Where is this job going to come from? We are going to pass it in while rendering the template. So let's just do that for now. And maybe also inside the body, let us put in maybe an h3 tag with the title of the job. So let's put the title and let's put the job title below it in a p tag, job.title. Okay, we've done something very basic here. We just have a title tag and then we have an h3 tag. And now let me go back into app.py, and instead of returning JSON, let me render this template. So let me say render template, and let me use the template job page.html, and let me set job equals job. Okay, so inside the template, any references to job will use the value job, which is coming from load job from DB, which is coming from ID. So that's nice. So now I can go back here and reload this page. And now it says title backend developer. Okay, maybe let's put in a few other things as well. Let's get maybe all the other information basically. So let's get the location, job.location. Let's get the salary, job.salary. Oops, this is just called salary. Let's get requirements, or let's get the currency, or maybe let's put the currency next to the salary itself. So that would be nice. Job.currency. We don't have to show it separately. Then we have the job responsibilities and job.responsibilities. And then we have the job requirements. So requirements, and let's get that as well. Job.requirements. Okay, now we have all the information, and you can see even the title says backend developer. So the title is backend developer, the location is San Francisco, the salary is $120,000, responsibilities. Oh, okay, maybe there's a what's this called? Responsive. I think I have a typo in my table. So I've just called it responsibilities. So let's just change here to responsibilities for now, so that at least it works. And now we have the responsibilities as well. What about this? So here is the front-end developer. Here we have the data scientist, and here we have the data analyst. But what if we try to access something that's not there? So it shows empty information, but rather we should probably just show not found or something like that. So I'm going to come back here into app.py, and I'm going to say if not job, which means if job is none, then simply return not found. And whenever you're returning something, you can also specify an error code. So 404, if you've seen HTTP error codes, you may have come across 404 pages. 404 represents not found. So it tells the browser that the page was not found. So this is just a good way whenever you're returning errors to also, apart from returning any content, and this can just be the output of a template as well. But apart from returning any content, you can also return not found. So if the job is not present, then we say not found. Otherwise, we render the template. So now if I reload this, you can see here, it says, it should just say not found. And here you can see the browser also says this page is missing. So the browser is also able to detect that page is missing based on the error code. But if we go back here into maybe job ID 3, that information is present. Okay, nice. So now we have one page per job, and it would be nice to maybe make it look nicer, just like the main job page, and also connect it here from the job page. So right now on the job page, we have this apply button, which sends an email. But instead of sending an email, maybe we can just open the job details page. So that's the first thing we're going to do. Let me come into home.html, and inside home.html, looks like we loop over the jobs using for, and then we include job item.html. So let's go into job item.html, And here we have this mail to link. So let's get rid of this mail to link. And instead, let's put a different link here. So we are saying that when somebody clicks on apply, we want to open on the same website, we want to open /jobs, /job/ the ID of the job for which we have this current button. So here we have this job object. So we can just say job ID and save that and reload it. And now if you see here, this, you can see in the status bar at the bottom left that this actually opens up that specific job page. Okay, so that's nice. We have now opened up that specific job page. That is good. But I would prefer if this also looked somewhat similar to this page, if they had similar layouts. So let's try and do that. So let's do that one by one. The first thing we will do is fix things in the head. So the job page currently just has a title. Maybe we should also include Bootstrap in there. So let me just get this and put all this in there as well. So this is going to make sure that the Bootstrap framework is imported. But instead of copy pasting things, this would be a good opportunity for us to maybe create another helper template. So let me add a file called bootstrap.html, which can contain the code to include the Bootstrap framework. Let me cut this here and let me come and paste this into bootstrap.html. And let's just fix the indentation here so that things are easier to see. And let's go into home and let's simply include here bootstrap.html. So %include bootstrap.html %. Great. And now, so you see the layout got messed up, but now it's fixed again. Now we can come back into job page and under the title, we can include bootstrap.html. So that's nice. Okay, so now if we come back here into a specific job page, let's say I open data scientist, you can see that already the styles have become much better. That's nice. But next step would be to probably add the header, probably add this banner image. So let's do that. Let's add the nav. I think the nav is already a component in itself. So I'm just going to grab this and put that inside job page.html. And you can see now it should have the navigation bar. But while we write it, how about let's also grab the footer and put the footer in there as well. So let's go back to job page and let's include the footer here at the bottom. Let's see if that has changed something. So now we have the header. That's nice. Now we have the footer as well. And now let's go back in here and maybe add that banner image as well. So I'm going to go into home and there are two things here. So there is this image and then there is a style tag as well. So it turns out that style tags do not have to be in the head. They can be anywhere in the body. So I'm going to put this style tag right above this image. And then I'm going to copy all this and I'm going to create a new file, banner.html. And I'm going to put that in here, all of this inside banner.html. And inside home, I am going to simply include banner.html. Okay. And not only inside home, but I'm going to do the same inside. So the banner is still here. I'm going to do the same inside job page.html. Okay. So our website, once we've created it for one page, it's very easy to replicate across other pages. Now let's center this a bit. The way this is centered on the home is using a container. You can see here we have a container. So let's take that and maybe I'll also retain this Jovian Careers title here. So let me also, and let's get rid of this company name. This is no longer useful. So I'm just going to call it Jovian Careers. And in app.py, I'm going to remove this company name here that we had passed in earlier. But let's go back to home and let's copy this container. Let's copy this h1 and let's take that and let's put that into job page.html and put all of this inside the container. And let's close the div. Let's go back. Let's see that. Okay. So it is starting to look pretty nice, I would say. We have the title, location, salary. I think these are probably too big, so maybe we can make these H4s. And maybe let's make this H3 and just show the title here instead of saying, yeah, let's make this H3 and let us just show the job title here instead of showing this in a paragraph. So just a slightly nicer layout. And let's load the location here, but let us display it using a p tag and let us give it the class lead. Remember the class lead we had used the last time just to make the text bigger. And let's make these all H4s. Okay, and I'm going to move the salary below the requirements and responsibilities. Let's go back. And I think we are almost there. Now we have data scientist, New Delhi, India. Okay, maybe we don't need the space above. So I'm just going to say class M. Maybe this is space below the heading. So I'm just going to say class MB2, just reducing the space a little bit here. Okay. And let's change this to a simple MT0. So I'm just fixing a bit of spacing using some margin classes from Bootstrap. Okay, so nothing major. This is just things that you have to mess around with a little bit. Okay, so now we have data scientist, New Delhi, India, responsibilities, requirements, salary. But there's one problem here. If I go back into the data that we had inserted, the sample jobs data, you can see here that there are multiple lines present here. You can see that there is a next line after each of these points. But these points don't seem to be showing up on this page. So it would be nice to make these show up as pointers, first of all, instead of as a paragraph. So it's not detecting the new lines. And maybe we should also be using bullet points in some fashion here. So let's do that. Let's make these bullet points. And the way to make bullet points in HTML is using something called an unordered list. So you say UL, and as soon as you say UL, now you've started a bulleted list, and then inside it, you put each element into its own LI tag. So UL stands for unordered list and LI stands for list item. So here you have item A, here you have item B, and then here you have LI, item C, and so on. And let me just save that and I'll show you what that looks like before we, yeah. So this is what it looks like. Item A, item B, item C. All we have to do is we have to put this inside UL and LI. Now, our responsibilities is a single string, although it does contain these new line characters. And so what we need to do is we need to first split it into a bunch of lines, a list of lines, and then we need to loop over those lines and create LIs or list items. So I'm just going to write the code here and I'll let you think about how that works. So I'm going to say for line in job.responsibilities, or actually just responsibilities here. So let me just call it that, job.responsibilities.split, and I'm going to split it at the new line character. Okay, so that's going to give me a list of lines, and then I'm going to get each line from that list, and let's put end for here. And now here we can simply render the line inside a list item. Okay, so this code is going to seem confusing right now, but spend some time with it, experiment with it a little bit, and hopefully you'll see what it's doing. We are taking responsibilities from the job. We are splitting it at the new line character, and new line characters are already present, but they don't get rendered automatically in HTML for us. So we're splitting it at the new line character, and then we are looping over it. So we get each line, and for each line we create a list item. Okay, so if there are 10 responsibilities, then it's going to create 10 LIs, and all of those LIs are inside the UL, and that's why you get back this. Okay, so that's great. That's nice. So now we have a nice bulleted list here. Let's do this same thing for requirements. Instead of a bulleted list, this time I'm going to create what's called a numbered list or an ordered list. So instead of UL, I'm going to use OL, and I am going to then pass in the same for. So I'm going to say for line in job.requirements and end for. Let's get the end for from here. And now the line, each line is going to come from job.requirements, and now I'm going to render the value of the line. So these templates are very powerful. You can do all sorts of manipulation, data manipulation right within the template. And now you see, oops, I think I went too far. I should be splitting job requirements dot split. So now we've created one item for every character. That's not what we wanted. So job requirements dot split. And now you see here that you have all the requirements in different lines as well. So that's the requirements for the data scientist role. Let's check the data analyst role. And that looks good. Let's check the backend engineer role. That looks good too. And that's it. We've now created a bunch of different dynamic pages powered by data from the database, and we're making it look nice. We're making it look pretty good. Maybe one other thing we can do is we can maybe make this button, this thing in the nav, we can maybe configure it to go back to the home page. So let's go back into nav.html. So let's go to nav.html, and here we have this a tag already, and let us just change its location to /. So the word Jovian, when we click on it, it is going to take us back to the home page. And it's important to have navigation. Otherwise your website visitors may not be able to figure out how to go back. Even this is not very obvious, but let me first reload this. So now I'm on a job page here. And if I click this, that's going to now take me back to the home page. And from the home page, I can click on the apply page, and that's going to bring me back to the job page. And I can click here and go back into the job page and then click apply and go into a different page. So great, we've now created dynamic pages. So we've completed this step, create dynamic pages to display each job role. And we have now shared layout styles and navigations using Bootstrap between the home and the job pages. You should always try to share as much code as possible, and that's how your style will stay consistent. If you copy paste things, then you can make change in one place and the change won't reflect in the other place. So less code is always better. So keep that in mind. All right. Let's also finally just save this to GitHub and then let that deploy to render.com. So now we have added dynamic pages for each job. Let's commit and push that, and that should get deployed in a couple of minutes to joviancareers.com. So we've now read from the database, but now we'll see how to write data back to the database, and that's going to complete the loop of fully functional database driven application. And in the meantime, we can verify that GitHub has the latest code. You can see that it says dynamic pages for each job created 1 minute ago. And we can go to render.com to verify that a recent deployment was done. So let's see here. A deployment was started. Okay. Dynamic pages for each job. A deployment has been started, and it might take maybe a minute or two. So it is just downloading the cache right now. Just to quickly recap what we've done so far. We set up a project by creating a copy of our existing GitHub project, opened it on Replit, and also deployed it on Render. We also created a MySQL database on PlanetScale and connected to it using the MySQL workbench, and then added some data into it, created a table. Then we connected to it from Replit using SQLAlchemy, and then we used that to display the list of jobs from the cloud database onto the page. Then we created dynamic pages to display each job role. First, we simply got information about a single job ID from the database and displayed that as JSON. Then we showed that in an HTML format, and then we used shared layout components to make the user interface look nicer and more consistent. And we also made connections between the main page and the other page. So now our site is now live. Okay, looks like there was some change that did not get pushed. So let's see. looks like we have a bunch of things here that did not get added. So I'm going to add these and add new templates and click commit and push. And as soon as this gets deployed, we should have all of these changes pushed to GitHub and deployed on joviancareers.com. And now joviancareers.com will have a dynamic list of jobs loaded from the database. Every time we add a new job in the database, it will automatically show up here. We just have to reload the browser and we can go click apply and look at the actual job page as well. But of course, what's missing here is the actual application form. So the actual application form is missing and we are going to add that next. So let's go back here. Let's go into files and let us go into app.py and see where we can add the application form. So we want ideally the application form to show up right below here somewhere. In fact, if we go back into the wireframes that we had created early on, you can see here that on the job page, we have this information about the job and here we have the application form. So we want the application form to show up right below somewhere here. So how do we make that happen? We have to make some change inside job page.html. So I'm going to go into templates and I am going to first create a new template called application_form.html. And I'm going to go into job page.html and include it. So first let me just put to do application form goes here. And let me close this for a moment. Let me also put this away to the side. So application form goes here and let me import that inside job page.html. So let me import inside the container. Let us import application form.html. Okay. And let's go back here. Let's reload this page. Okay, there seems to be an error. Oh, it should be called include. Yep. And let's reload that. Okay, so now we have here to do application form goes here and now we can start creating the form. So to create forms in HTML, there is a special tag called form. So first let's just give this a title, application form, and there is this tag called form, and that's how you create a form in HTML. And within the form, we want some inputs. So there's a tag called input, and you have to give each input a type. So the most common type is text, and you have to give each input a name. So let's just call this full_name, and that's it. And that should show an input box. And let's just save that and let's see what that gave us here. Okay, so now we have this input box, but we probably want some kind of a label here. So we can go in here and we can actually give it a label. So we can say label, full name, and we can also show some sort of a placeholder here. So we can type placeholder and attribute placeholder and say Bruce Wayne. Again, this is something that if you take a basic, even the most basic HTML tutorial, they will show you exactly this, right? So now you have full name, Bruce Wayne. I probably want this on the next line. So I am just going to put a BR here. So BR is used to create a new line. These are all common HTML tags that you can look up how to add a new line in HTML. Okay, so now we have full name, Bruce Wayne. That's nice. And of course, this is not the actual filled information. This is just a placeholder. And as you start typing, it will go away. And what are the things we want for an application? So let's go back here. Let's check the design that we had, excalidraw.com. Okay, so we want name, email, LinkedIn, education, work experience, and resume link. And education work experience should allow multiple lines of text, and then resume link should be a URL, LinkedIn should be a URL. So let's come back and let's start putting these things in. So let's put label, email, and we can put in input type equals text, name equals email, and this name is going to be important later. We're going to see how. bruce@wayne.com, and let's create again another label, and this time we have the LinkedIn, and let's see, input type equals text, name equals email, placeholder equals LinkedIn. Let's call it LinkedIn URL, linkedin.in, linkedin.com/in/Bruce Wayne. Okay, so it's nice to provide hints as to what you expect to see in the form. That makes it easier for the people filling the form. And I think we might need, maybe we can just put this inside a div, each one, so that they show up separately, and use a BR here. So div simply creates a box around things, and then two things don't show up on the same line if they are in different divs. So let's check that. Okay, close enough. Let's put BR here as well. So before we add the other inputs, let's add a submit button to the form. So now we have full name, email, LinkedIn URL, all these are there. Let's add a submit button. We can add a submit button simply by saying input type equals submit, and that's it. And we can also say name equals submit if we want, but this is all we need to add a submit button. Great. So now we have full name, email, LinkedIn URL, submit. Maybe we need some margins here. So let me just do class MB2, and let's put that all over. And let's check that one more time. Okay, our form is looking nice. So we have full name, email, LinkedIn URL, and we can click submit, but nothing happens when we click submit. You can see it just reloads the page. So, well, actually something does happen. If you see here, what has happened here is it has reloaded the page, but it has added some information in the URL. So it looks like the names of the inputs got picked up, and something is supposed to show up here, which is not showing up yet because we have not filled the form. So let's come back and let's do one thing. First, let's fix this. This should be called LinkedIn URL, and let's add an action to the form. So an action lets us specify where the data in the form is supposed to be sent. So when we click submit, we want this information to be sent to job, and remember, this is being used inside job page.html, and inside job page, we have this job object. And in this job object, we have ID. So I can go back here into into application form, and I can say that I want this to be sent into job ID /apply. Okay. So we don't have a handler for this route yet, but this is where we want this information to be sent. So now if I just reload the page and then fill some information, let's say Aakash N S at jovian.ai, and let me leave this blank and I click submit. Observe the URL. So now the URL has gone to Jovian Careers website v2/repl.co/job/3/apply, and then we have a question mark, and then we have full name equals Aakash plus N plus S, and then email equals something, and then LinkedIn equals something. So this data got encoded in some format and added to the URL. But of course, we don't have any routes in our Flask application to handle them. So that's why it says not found over here. But that's where we can now go ahead and we can handle this by creating a new route. So let's come in here and let's say app.route. And let's do /job and /id. So now we have the ID here, and then /apply. Yeah, so /job /id /apply. Then let's call this apply to job, and once again it's going to get the ID. So it's going to match /job /1 /apply /job /2 /apply. So anything that has /job /some ID /apply. This is only going to match /job /1 2 3. That's not going to match /job /1 /apply. Okay. So now we have this information here about the ID, and from this ID we can get the job if we want. But how do we get all this information that is there after this question mark? So you can see there is all this information after the question mark. A question mark, full name equals Aakash N S, and so on. The way to get that information is using the request variable from Flask. So we can come in here and we can say data equals request.args. Okay. And for a moment, let's just return JSONify data, and let's see what that does. So we are getting request.args, and request is imported from Flask, and then we just say JSONify data. So we're just taking whatever is there in request.args and converting it into JSON. Let's go back and submit the form once again. So we have Aakash N S, email aakashns@jovian.ai, and let's click submit. And now when we send this data to the apply route, okay, yeah, when we send this data to the apply route, you can see that now all this information which was there in the URL got read into this variable data, and then it got converted into JSON. So now here we have email, full name, LinkedIn, and submit. We probably don't want the submit, so I can go back here and remove the submit, remove the name for the submit. So this will not get a name. And now if I reload this page, you'll see that it, let's see, if I click submit once again from this page, now it is only showing us email, full name, and LinkedIn URL. Great. So that's good. Now we have some data that is filled in from one page and it is sent into another page. And here inside this page, inside the route job /id /apply, we can do some things. We can store this in the DB, and we can maybe display an acknowledgement, and maybe we can also send an email. So we can do all sorts of things with this information. Now remember, our job listing, our application form has a bunch of fields. So it also has education and work experience and resume link. And putting all that information in the URL can make the URL too long and also just slow things down a little bit. So there is another way you can submit forms. One way to submit forms is using sending data to a new route in the URL. Another way to submit form, or another method to submit forms, is something called post. So here what you can do is you can say method equals post. And now if I just go back here and reload this page, and let's do this again and click submit. So now you can see that we get an error, first of all, saying that this method is not allowed on this URL. And second, there is nothing in the URL. The first name, last name, etc. don't show up in the URL anymore. You can take a closer look here. It just says /job /apply. So when you are submitting using the post method, then you need to process information using the post method too. So you can go in here and you can say methods equals post. So now we have the form, application form.html, which uses the post method. And then we have the route /job /id /apply, which also expects the post method. So it expects some data to be posted by the browser and not sent in a URL. So now if I go back once again and click submit once again, you can see now that nothing was sent in the URL and nothing is getting displayed here. That's because now when you post data, the data is no longer in request.args. Request.args contains information from the URL. When you post, the data is present in request.form. Okay, so now I'm going to go back one last time and click submit once again. And this time you can see when we clicked submit, that data was posted to this URL /job/3/apply. So nothing in the URL, but the data was posted. It was sent by the browser along with the request to this URL. And now that data was accessed using request.form. And finally, that data was displayed here as email, full name, and LinkedIn URL as JSON. Okay. So let's now just go ahead and add the other form fields as well. So I'm just going to add in the other form fields. So we have LinkedIn URL, then we have, I believe, education, work experience, and resume URL. So I'm going to create one div and let's put in a label here, education, and let's put in an input here. Okay, so now we want a multi-line input, and there's a special tag for a multi-line input called text area. So let's call that text area. Let's give it the name education, and that is going to be a multi-line input. And I think you have to close it like this. So again, something that can be looked up easily. What is a multi-line input? How to create a multi-line input in HTML. Education, then we have work experience. And then we have text area again. Name is work experience. Great. And finally, we have a resume URL. I'm just going to copy this and paste this in here. And let's change this to resume URL and a placeholder. Let's just remove the placeholder here. And let's just call this resume URL. Okay. Let's add back this class here, class MB2 everywhere. So now our form is largely complete. We have, if we go back here and reload the page, we should see all the fields. Okay, we might need to just add BRs here. So now we have full name, email, LinkedIn URL, education, work experience, resume URL, and we can click submit. That's nice. And maybe these can be a little bigger, so we'll handle that styling later, but at least we have all the fields now, and I can just put in information into some of these. And let's just put some sample information here, and let's click submit. And all of that gets posted and nothing is sent in the URL, so it's nice and short, but all the information is sent into Flask. And of course, now we can come back into Flask and we can probably actually render this information properly. So let's say application, let's create a file, a new file here, and let's call it application submitted, or just application.html. Let's call it application submitted.html. And in application submitted.html, and this is the template that we're going to render from that route which handles the application. So this needs to be an entire HTML page. So once again, I'm going to go to the job page. I'm going to pick up doc type HTML. Let's put that. And let's get HTML. And let's get title, application submitted. Let's just say that. Of course, that should be inside head. So let's put that inside head. And let's put body. And in the body, let's start just showing that information. So H4, full name, maybe just a div. And let's look for a variable called application. and from the application, let's get full underscore name, and maybe let's do one more. So let's get email, and let's print the email here. Okay. And now let's go back into app.py and let's render that. So now we are saying, instead of JSONify the data, we want to say render template application submitted.html, and we want to pass application as the data that was received. So we are taking the form data, we are taking that dictionary that we get from the form data, and we are passing it with the name application. So let's reload. Okay, reloading does not work when you're posting information. So let's just post again. Okay, application submitted.html template not from, there's a typo. So let's call application. Let's fix that and let's reload and let's post again. Okay, so now you have full name Aakash N S, email aakashns@jovian.ai. So that's nice. How about we finish this up? We put in all the other fields here as well. So application submitted, full name, and then we have email, and then we have LinkedIn URL. So let's put LinkedIn URL here. Then we have work experience, education, and resume URL. So let's fix that. Resume URL, and then we have work experience, education, all right. So we'll have to go back and submit again. Now we have the full name, email, LinkedIn URL, education, work experience, resume URL. All the information is there, but wouldn't it be nice to have the same layout that we had on the previous page here? So it would be nice to have the same layout. And now you can probably guess how easy it is to do that. If I just go into jobpage.html, I can probably bring over include bootstrap.html here into application submitted. So the bootstrap styles will come in. And then I can go into jobpage.html and bring in the nav and the banner. Let's do that. And let's go into jobpage.html and bring in the footer as well. Let's do that. And of course, let's put all this into a container. So div class equals, actually, how about we just copy that over as well? So let's go to job page and let's grab this piece and let's go back into this and put all of the code inside a container. So let's take all that and then just give it just a quick indentation so that it lines up properly. And maybe let's also add a nice confirmation here that your application has been submitted. Okay. So just like that, now if we click submit, you can see that we've transformed this page in just less than a minute. Now it is the exact, we went from this to this. And of course there is some work to be done here. It's not as nice as it can be. So we're going to fix that in a second. But what we can also put here is maybe the job name itself. So if I go back in app.py and I get the job information. So I say job equals load job from DB ID and just provide job equals job. Then I have information about the job here. So let me go in here and let me say your application for job title for the role of so and so at Jovian has been submitted. And let's maybe fix some of this. Class MB 0, and maybe let's use here class MB4. So just adding space below and not above the code. So let's again submit that once again. And this is what it looks like. Maybe we don't even need headers. So maybe we can just use bold text here and that should be fine. And this can just be MB2. So let's just make this bold text. And let's grab that class. Okay, let's take another look. Yep, so your application for the role of front-end developer at Jovian has been submitted. And we have the full name, email, LinkedIn URL, education, work experience, resume URL. So whatever information you've provided, all of that is going to get displayed here, right? And maybe we can make this bold instead of putting it in quotations. But that's pretty much it. That's all we need to do. And now, so that's one thing. We have displayed an acknowledgement. Then we also want to store this in the DB. As you can guess, that is going to be fairly straightforward as well. So I can very simply just go into the database.py, and here I can create a new function, add application to DB. And that's going to take a job ID because each application should ideally be connected to a job ID. And it's going to take the application information and it's going to put that into a table. But we will need to create a table first. So let's create a table. I have some code here already for creating a table called applications. So let me copy this and let me come into MySQL Workbench and paste it here. So we are saying, let's make it a little simpler. So we are saying create table applications. So we're going to create a new table called applications, and the applications table is going to have an ID, which is going to be the unique application ID. It is going to be not null, auto increment, and it is also going to be the primary key. Then each application is going to be associated with a job. So it's also going to have a job ID. So that's what this is for. And each application will have a full name. It have an email, it will have a LinkedIn URL, education, work experience, a resume URL, all of that. And let's just create that table. And that table has been created. So we can see show tables. And you can see here that we have an applications table and a jobs table. And let's check show select star from applications. And there is nothing inside applications. But now we are going to write the code to put things into applications. So once again, we say engine.connect as con. And then we say, let me first create the query. So query will be text insert into applications. And we need to give it the list of columns that we're going to insert. So ID is going to be filled automatically. So we're going to insert job ID, full name, email, LinkedIn URL, education, work experience, and resume URL. So let's put that on the next line maybe. And the way to put it on the next line is, or let's just put it on the same line. That's okay. So we're going to insert a job ID. We are going to provide a full name. We are going to provide email. We're going to provide LinkedIn URL, we're going to provide education, we're going to provide experience, and we are going to provide resume URL. So insert into applications. First we provide the list of columns we are going to specify, and then we say values. Again, this is the syntax for insert. And then here we provide the values that we want to insert. Now we can't put all this directly. So basically what we're going to do is have some variable names here, and we're going to pass those variables later. So let me put job underscore ID. So that's going to become a variable name. Colon full underscore name. That is going to become a variable name. Then colon email. That is going to become a variable name. Colon LinkedIn URL. That is going to become a variable name. Colon education. That is going to become a variable name. Colon experience. That is going to become a variable name. And colon resume underscore URL. And that is going to become a variable name too. So now that's the query. That's basically what we are going to put in. So then we can say con.execute, and we're not interested in the result here. We just want it to succeed. So con.execute query, and let's start putting in the information. Job underscore ID, which will replace this value, is going to simply be job underscore ID that is coming here. So let's put that there. Then we have the full underscore name. That is simply going to be the application, which is going to be passed as a dictionary. So what we're going to do is we are going to take this dictionary that is sent in request.form, and we're going to pass it to this function add application to DB. So from the app, or let's just call it data just to keep it shorter. So full name is simply going to be the full name from the data. And similarly, we will do this for a bunch of other things. So the email is simply going to be the email from the data. Then the education is simply going to be the education from the data. Finally, we have work experience is going to be work experience, and we have resume URL. That's going to be the resume URL from the data. Okay. And we just want to execute this, and that's it. Now, what do? We go into app.py and we import, what is it called? Add application to DB. So add application to DB. We import it, and we simply call add application to DB inside app.py. After getting the data from the form, we say add application to DB. We give it the job ID, or simply the ID, which is the job ID, and we give it the data. So this ID is going to populate the job ID column. You can see add application to DB does that. The first argument is used to populate job ID, and then the rest of the arguments or the data is used to populate the rest of the columns. Okay, I think that should do it. So this is going to store the data into the database. So let's save it and let's let that run. Looks like it's running. So this is the moment of truth. This is what we've been building towards. So let's see, Aakash N S at jovian.ai. I'm going to put in a good value here this time because it's probably going to go into the database. And education, let's see, CSE, IIT Bombay, work experience, software engineer, Twitter, resume URL. I'm not going to put anything in there right now. And let's click submit. Let's see if this works. Okay, a value is required for the bind parameter LinkedIn URL. So it looks like we made a mistake. So this is exactly what happens. You have to go in, you have to fix things. Let's get LinkedIn URL in here. And let's go back. The data is still there, fresh. Let's click submit. What else now? A value is required for experience. Looks like we did not put in experience. Oh, it's just called experience, is it? Let's see. Oh, this one is Okay, this should be called work experience, and that should do it. Let's submit now. Unknown column experience in field list. Okay, this should be called work experience as well. Perfect. Looks like this went through. So your application for the role of front-end developer at Jovian has been submitted. Full name, email, LinkedIn URL, education, work experience, resume URL. And let's go into this and select star from applications. And looks like this information is here. So ID is 1, the job ID is 3. And you can see here, job ID 3 is front-end developer. And the email is Aakash N S at jovian.ai. The LinkedIn URL is as provided, education, work experience, and resume URL. Perfect. And you can try making another application and that will show up as well. So that's something that can be done easily. So let's take this and let's just commit this and let's then revise everything that we've done today. So let's see, let me add all of these. And let's say store application in database, and let me commit and push. And with that, we have added a form to collect applications on the job details page, created a Flask route to handle application form submissions, created a table to store applications in the cloud database, and stored the submitted applications and shown an acknowledgement. So we have this nice, let me just change that to, and so we have this nice message, that page that shows up informing the person that your application for the specific role has been submitted. And remember, you can now go into any role. So you can go on Jovian, you can go into the role of data scientist, for example, and you can submit an application here and you can click submit, and that's going to submit for that specific role, right? All of those applications are tracked in the same table, but you can always filter and figure out which job ID you want to look at the applications for. So that's it. That's all we're going to do today. Now you can make some enhancements here as well. You can make some functional and aesthetic improvements. You can try to validate the application form responses before submission. So you can mark some of these fields as required, and you can also maybe put in other information like URL. So you can say HTML form validations and search that. And let's see, search for MDN, client-side form validation. And here you can see that there are many ways to use form validation. One thing you can do is you can say something is required and then it won't allow submission. Then you can also specify certain patterns, and you can also specify specific input types. So if you search for HTML input types, you can see that there are all these input types, and some of these are like URL and email. So if I just quickly go back here and change the form, so go into form application form.html and change the type here to email and mark this as required, and mark this as required, and change the type here to URL, and maybe also change the type here to URL. Now, if I go back here and I try to submit, first if I try to submit empty, it's gonna fail. Okay, not yet. I believe it just needed to reload a bit. But yeah, I think it should, there is a way to ensure that it fails. So maybe it's not doing that right just yet. Let me just reload and try again. Yeah, you can see here it says, please fill out this field. And let's say I fill this out. And now if I say submit, now it says, please fill out this field. And let's say I don't put in an email here. Now it says, please include an @ in the email address. Okay. Please enter the part following @. So it will validate the email, and let's say I try to put in something that's not a URL here. It will validate that. It says, please enter a valid URL. And similarly here as well, please enter a valid URL. Right, so you can leave this blank, but you cannot enter invalid data. So that's one form of validation that you can do. I think we did that. Then another thing you can do is you can send an email to the administrator and to the candidate every time an application is submitted. And sending emails can be done using email sending APIs. So there is one called MailJet. You can try out. So mailjet.com. All you need to do here is you sign up and then it'll give you an API key and you can just send emails using that API key. So that's one way to send emails. Another thing that you can do is you can include a CAPTCHA, because right now people can just use a Selenium or some kind of a web scraper and keep submitting again and again the same form and overload your database. And you probably don't want that. And the way to avoid that is using those CAPTCHAs, those things that ask you to select traffic signs and select boats and cars by showing boxes. So one CAPTCHA tool that you can use is called hcaptcha.com. hcaptcha.com. So what it gives you is this. It basically, whenever you try to select something and then you try to click I am a human, you'll add this box and it will ask the user to first validate something like this. So maybe selecting trains. So here it's select bus, next train. Let's say I get it wrong. It's going to reject the form submission. So this way people cannot try to spam you or fool you. So that's something that you can look into. Sending emails is something that you can look into. Another thing you can try is to create an API to access individual job listings and individual applications by ID. So doing individual job listings is actually pretty easy. You can just go in here app.py and just add a route here at app.route /job/API/job/ID. And all you do here is def show job JSON, which takes the ID and which just gets the job from the database and says return JSONify job. And just with that, you can now go back and you can say /API/job/3 and just get the same job in JSON format. All right. So similarly, you can add another route for /API/application/ID, which can return data for a particular application, and each application also has an ID, and do that. Or you can also have an API to just get the applications for a specific job. So all sorts of things you can do now. You have all that power. So these are some functional and aesthetic improvements that we can make. And then in terms of even going beyond and sort of making this a full-fledged website, you can create an admin login interface so that we don't have to directly interact with the database. Admins can log in and create and check submitted applications. Admins can add jobs. Admins can delete jobs. Admins can mark applications as accepted, rejected, and users can also maybe log in to check their application status. So a lot of work can be done, a lot of possibilities here. So let's just commit this one last time. And what do? We added an API. So let's just add that API here and let's click commit and push. And soon enough, all of this is going to be available on joviancareers.com. Most of it already should be. So here we have the jobs and here we have the job details page. And here we have an application form, which soon enough will have the validations as well. And here then we can submit and then we display the application and we also make that entry into the database. There we go. So yeah, that's everything that we're going to look at today. So quick recap, we used the project from the previous tutorial, made a copy of it, opened it on Replit and deployed it to render at joviancareers.com. We set up a cloud MySQL database on PlanetScale. We created a jobs table, added data using the MySQL workbench. We connected to the database from Replit using SQLAlchemy. We in fact created a database.py file, which has all of the database related logic it encapsulates. Then we connected to the database and displayed the list of jobs from the cloud database using SQLAlchemy. We created dynamic pages to display each job role. Each job got its own page. We shared the layout, styles, and navigations using Bootstrap. So all the pages look nice and professional and consistent. And we consistently deployed all these changes to GitHub and render. And we also made sure that we are not exposing our database password on GitHub. So that's why we used secrets on Replit and also on render. Then we added a form to collect applications on the job details page. And then we created a Flask route to handle the application form submissions. Then we created a table to store the applications in the cloud database. Finally, we stored those submitted applications and showed an acknowledgement. And then we also validated the application form responses before submission. And there are a few things that, given a couple more hours, we should be able to also incorporate to make our site even more robust. So just like that, in a matter of 2 tutorials, 6 or 7 hours of work, we have gone from this concept, this idea of a Jovian Careers website and details page, applications, and acknowledgement page. So we've gone from this to this actual real functional website that we can actually use. And it's completely functional. There's nothing here that is stopping us from using it actually for getting job applications for roles for Jovian. So that data scientist page, and then you put some information here and it validates, and then you try to submit, and then you get a response. Okay, so play around with this. We've covered a lot of ground today, so it's not something that you will immediately feel completely comfortable with, and you may have to work through each step. Each step has a fair bit of depth into it. You may have to look up references for each step, but if you can work through this entire tutorial, just try to recreate this on your own, then you've mostly learned a large part of what happens in web development. And there was a question, how will web development help me at my job? I can only see it being used for making portfolio websites or personal projects right now. Well, we've actually seen that some of the folks who have graduated from the bootcamp and gone into a job have had this requirement where maybe they've created a Plotly dashboard, or maybe they have created some analysis and they need to put that up online so that other people in the company can see it. So a couple of people have had to do this, or maybe they have created a machine learning model and now they need to create a web application so that people can interact with the machine learning model. Or maybe they need to offer the machine learning model as a REST API so that you can send data to the machine learning model and get a response back. And if that sounds familiar, that's very similar to the post form response that we looked at, right? So there are a lot of areas. It's not something that you'd probably be doing in the first 6 months to 1 year of your role as a data analyst, but in case you need to, you always have this. And web development, of course, is always a good skill to have, because it just 90% of what you do on a computer is happening on the web, and now you have the power to create that. We've covered a large portion of what happens in web development. This is what we do all day at Jovian, essentially, when we're building the platform. There are a few more things as mentioned in the future work, like creating an admin login interface, allowing admins to mark applications, and creating a user login, which will just make this a full-fledged web application that you can then start promoting and start getting users for. So I hope you found this interesting, and I know it's challenging, but give it some time, and I hope you'll enjoy building your own websites.
Congrats on making it to the end of this long and detailed tutorial. I hope you were able to follow along and build your own website. Share, like, subscribe, and I'll see you next time.